Run when the rhythm's right. Go into the night. Go until you're out of sight and you're out of my mind. Run when the rhythm's right. Go into the night. Floating as the river flows, easy as it goes to the ocean. So walk on by, I've got no reason to love you, but I do, I do, I do. So walk on by, I've got no reason to love you, but I do, I do, I do. Show me colors of the sky, but all I see is gray. You lost me when you lied. Promise me, but you never try. Secrets in your eye, you go and run, I'll hide. Show me colors of the sky, but all I see is gray. You lost me when you lied. I don't ever wanna be crowned, just another prize. It breaks my heart, heart, breaks my heart, 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 breaks my heart, 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 breaks my heart, 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 breaks my heart. Shook me to the ground now, and somehow I feel like you don't know me. Shook me to the ground now, I don't even know how. Brought me to a life that you never showed me. Coming from the locked up ghost of yourself, but you're coming from the light. There's more to you than you ever thought there was. Yeah, you're coming from the light.
All right. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, welcome. My name is Resorty, and to you, one and all, I say, hello, friends. How's it going? Welcome. How the heck you doing on this lovely Thursday morning, my time, and probably Wednesday where you are? Hope every little thing is a-okay, all right. I know some of you had some pretty stressful days in the world. You mentioned over on Discord. I hope things are feeling a little better for you now that you get to hang out here and relax some. Certainly, it feels somewhat better for me to be here than not. So thank you for hanging out with me as time begins. My little piano music player crashed overnight, so we're restarting that one real quick. Gotta have that background music. If not, I stand here awkwardly when it's silent. There we go. The music begins. Hello, everyone. Alice Adele, it's good seeing you. Pinky Feldman, welcome back, my friend. Tio Griver, welcome. Don't worry, we're talking about RimWorld today. In the wrong directory, don't you worry. But yes, we will have some patch note reading time for RimWorld in just a little bit. Your favorite time and mine. We just sit here or stand here. We read the patch notes. It's going to be glorious. I can't wait. Hello, Marks the Cylon. Hello, Freak. What is good, HPG? Good to see you, Wizards. Hello, CS Prof. Game Merchant, a pleasure. Pie by Millions. Welcome, George. Welcome, Cyber Oracle. Hello to History Teacher Steve. Welcome, Volo. Welcome, one and all. Chiplerone. Welcome, everybody. I always wonder how many breaths of air do I take when reading the usernames. I feel like I need to count at some point just to see. And if I spoke more quietly, if I whispered names, I could probably get them all in just one breath. Cyber Oracle. Hello, Volo. Hello. That's terrible. Hello, Other Nick. Welcome. So, for me, not much happened last night. Just a fine evening of teaching, a fine evening of grading. Had some sushi for dinner, that tasty kappa roll. That's cucumber wrapped in rice, wrapped in seaweed, lovingly daubed with a bit of wasabi and a little bit of the soy sauce. Very tasty, but yeah, not terribly much going on since yesterday. A fine day of teaching, everything flowing as it should be flowing. And yeah, happy to be back with you again as we continue our Crusader Kings III playthrough. We are in a really great place today's stream to complete our next achievement. We have one big achievement left on this playthrough, and then probably into next week we're going to do one more playthrough of CK3. This one a little bit more focused on diseases, the one we're doing right now. As always, I want to knock out as many achievements as possible. I have said previously that I'd like to 100% CK3, complete all of its achievements all the time, but that's going to take so many more playthroughs of CK3. I may have to do some offline, or maybe become a nothing but CK3 channel for a little while. Who knows? But yes, we need more diseases. Clearly, we haven't had all of our people die quite enough. I am curious whether, as CK3's newest DLC is balanced out a little bit, if they'll pull back the disease intensity just slightly, because our court was hit by 2 or 3 in a row, and we ended up with very few people remaining in our court, to the point we couldn't hire people to do jobs. And maybe that's part of the intended gameplay loop now. Occasionally just everyone dies, and the king stands there sadly, realizing he has no one to talk to. Man, life is unfair. Now maybe that's intended, but it's also kind of awkward to not be able to easily invite local peasants to come take over the role of seneschal or whatever. Maybe it's intended though, we'll see. I'm always curious how the diseases are modeled in games like this, because of course Crusader Kings diseases need to be a challenge, or else it's not worth having them in the game. But if it gets too challenging, if there's too much of it, it becomes kind of repetitive and boring. So the design balancing, I never quite know. Now, speaking of design balancing, we're gonna go right into a little post from earlier today called the new RimWorld DLC update. About what, 2 days ago, Tynan Sylvester put some picture up, I guess on his Twitter, a picture of that fine woman right there, and we all speculated. We all looked at this picture and said, here are the things we believe the next DLC will be. I was hoping the new DLC would be called Alchemy, or perhaps Archaeology. The phrase they chose is Anomaly. So the DLCs are R, Royalty, I, Ideology, W, is that right? Nope. B, Biology or Biotech, and now A, Anomaly. So R, I, B, A. We could be spelling the word Ribald. That's an an R-I-B-A name. Is there anything else that spells R-I-B-A? I think Ribald is all that comes to mind. Hoping for L next. Anyway, welcome to some reading. Anomaly expansion and update to 1.5 announced. I think normally from the date of the announcement to the actual date of release is about 1 month's time. So we might be getting some RimWorld in 1 month from now, possibly. Hello, Slivers, good seeing you. Sanity shredding perils abound. This new horror-themed expansion. I'll say straight away what I said on Discord. In a single word, boo. I was okay with horror and Cthulhu and the Eldritch beings being a part of the DLC, but I was hoping it wouldn't be the whole thing. Now, maybe there'll be a lot of other stuff and this is just the headline to catch attention, but yeah, I'm not really into horror stuff, and I don't find Lovecraftian stories all that interesting. I don't know, I must have missed that day in school. Whichever way, we're super excited to announce our new horror-themed expansion, RimWorld Anomaly. This expansion adds all manner of monstrous, mysterious, and maddening threats, containment facilities to capture and study dark entities, and a new reality-twisting endgame. Anomaly releases in just 1 month. So we saw the tentacles on this person's back, and we said, well, maybe Cthulhu is one portion of the story, but there's so much else. Well, maybe not, maybe not. We're also announcing the upcoming update 1.5 to the base game, which will be released at the same time as Anomaly. You can currently test the update on the unstable Steam branch, blah, blah, blah. We'll be releasing more info about Anomaly in a series of blog posts over the next few weeks. Spoiler warning, below is a high-level description of the expansion content. There's some spoilers here. Fine with that. So, we look at the pictures, and what do we see? We see the Steam community page. Wait, really? Okay, there we go. Can't bright this time. Well, this is a new thing. So there's Kill It With Fire. That is the first new thing. Lazarus the Burninator. We see some absolute horrors here. A human hybrid Cronenbergian monster with a hedgehog coming out the back. They're tremendously burninated corpses, it seems. Or maybe the people are just gray. I'm not sure. What is that weapon on the ground? I do not know it. See other looking like bugmen, maybe? Is that a humanoid head? I'm not sure, but yeah, things are red and kind of decayed. No happy little space farms anymore. All right, we also have this one here. Yeah. So I guess there's a new faction of folks that attack you. So along with the mechanoids and raiders and outlanders, you also be attacked by the pink horrors from below. What is down? Down is bad. What is up? Tentacles, tentacles, tentacles. This is a new building I've not seen before. This thing right here is, I don't know, demonic horns hail to the Dark One. Are these like demon attractors, these demon repellers? I do not know. Also over here in the right-hand corner, something I've not seen previously, looks like it's a harnessing of one of these horrors. So maybe the horrors are showing up to try to free their friend over here. Silver says, you're not a real RimWorld person, except your joy of watching me. This seems like an odd choice for an expansion. So I was kind of wondering that also. How did they decide that this is the topic for the next expansion? I wonder if there was like focus grouping, if there was discussion with players about what would be great, or if they just put a bunch of weird ideas on a chalkboard or a bulletin board and threw darts. Is it a throwing darts event? Because, yeah, this is totally unexpected. I think when most of us talk about what would be the coolest new DLC for RimWorld, we come up with lots of ideas. And there are some very, very interesting ones that seem to fit the story so far. I don't think I've ever heard anybody say, let's do Cthulhu. Now, again, I'm a limited player set, but who knows? The expansion begins when your colonists accidentally provoke a mad super intelligence. From then on, madness manifests. Monstrous creatures, mind-bending mysteries, infiltrating parasites, and sanity-shredding phenomena that twist the whole world around you. Inspired by classics like Cabin in the Woods, The Thing, the Cthulhu Mythos, Hellraiser, and many more, Anomaly goes beyond fighting monsters. This expansion presents ominous, puzzling, mind-controlling, and earth-shaking threats to build your personal horror story. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, so I read the word puzzling. If there are actual puzzles to solve, like if the game becomes, find this item and put this item and make some, discovery about how the code works, I love that. I'm guessing, unfortunately, it's just going to say, isn't it weird that pink beasts are attacking you? Isn't that weird? Personal horror stuff. All I want, and I realize maybe I'm strange in this, as I said 1,000 times before, when I build my RimWorld base, I always say, would I want to live there? My goal is to make places that I would like to make. And so when I read a build horror story, I just don't want to live there. So, what else do we see? Nick is thinking of worms. This character is thinking of evil, evil, evil. What else we got? Are these walking corpses possibly? Is this the part where you finally get punished for not burning all the corpses? Possibly, possibly. So few people that I watch actually make the crematorium. Instead, they just throw all the bodies into a corner and light them all on fire. Maybe it's crematorium, or you get the rising of the dead. Oh, this is interesting. This is a new kind of light also, it looks like. So no longer is it just the exposed bulb on the floor. Instead, there's a street light of some sort. And a red eye. The all-seeing eye of I don't know what. Also, this looks similar to the watermill, but I don't see any water around it. Or maybe I do. Maybe it's actually water here. I was thinking it might be a modification to the windmill look. A less advanced technology windmill. Not sure. What else we got here? Alright, we have a longtime friends of the longtime friend of the channel named Brains, and Brains has a really popular mod called Zombieland. I've played it a few times. The way Zombieland works is every night or every other night maybe, a horde of zombie pawns spawn around the edge of the map and move towards your base, and you gotta fight them off. It's kind of fun. I don't want to spend a lot of time with it, but it's kind of fun. It appears that that has now been included here. All these people are named Fur. They appear to maybe be clones instead of being proper zombies. Fur. It's attacking Fur. The fellow in the middle with the gun is named Fur also. So I wonder if this is a mental break of some sort. One character sees visions of themselves attacking and goes mad. We also see the obelisk here, or monolith here, crackling with surely demonic energies. These green plants are new also. These green plants, I don't know, look like tentacle monsters. Also, I want to point out that all of the enemies have walked immediately past the IEDs. This has been my life so many times. Anytime I build an IED, unless there's only a very small way past it, the enemies just walk past them. It's never a matter if they walk onto them, and I look at them and say, why did I even build you? This is why I don't build IEDs anymore. Some of the twisted scenarios you'll encounter. At night, hear the screeching of a psychically invisible hunter that feeds on human souls. Build proximity alarms to detect what's near, but you can only fight it when it chooses to reveal itself. Chip away at its health every time it returns, and collect and study chunks of its flesh. Turn the tables, become the hunter, and kill it where it lives. I am legend. They probably have a perfectly fine society, and I'm gonna ruin it. Alright, so feeding on human souls. Does this now mean that canonically, there's a part of humanity that is not material? Canonically, we've accepted life after death? Human souls now. A massive flesh creature is growing across the landscape, consuming and covering the whole map with a quivering mass of meat. Are we gonna cook it? Are you gonna have cooked demon monster? It defends itself with beasts and acid. Fight it to get samples of its nervous system, then study them until you can venture to its heart and kill it for good. So these do sound like missions, right? These do sound like missions of some sort, like ends to the story. So there's progress where initial tension, initial horror, then the team works together, friendship is magic to discover what to do, and then the resolution is going and having a grand battle. This does feel very much like a horror movie. But then, a parasite has mind-controlled some of your colonists. But who? They pretend to be human as they work to infest others. Track evidence, imprison, interrogate, and medically test people to find out who's infested before it's too late. This feels very much like Among Us and Werewolf and that Peasants and the Witches game. I've forgotten now. So this one does feel actually puzzly. The idea of being Inspector Clouseau looking at the evidence could be cool. Medically test I don't exactly like, but it is interesting to do some evidence collection. I think this is the first part where I said, huh, neat. I just wish it weren't horror-based. I wish it were instead like just a standard noir, standard detective behavior. Someone stealing from the colony, etc. But then, a pulsating obelisk crash lands near your base. You can try to suppress its filthy energy, but the obelisk may lash out and violently mutate your people, copy them endlessly, or abduct them to an endless gray maze. I wonder if people starve to death in the maze. Probably. So the obelisk mutates your people, copy them endlessly, or abduct them. That copy them endlessly we saw earlier, I believe. That was the attack, what I called the zombies. Or your colonists become obsessed with a beautiful golden cube of cheese. One by one, they build statues of the cube. They worship the cube. They love the cube. This one sounds funny to me. I like that. I'm gonna scroll to the top again. We now know what is the golden cube. I was hoping it was gonna be some kind of transmutation, some kind of alchemy, but no. Everyone loves the cube. Back down again we go. The two of these seem really fun to me so far. A corpse arrives that looks exactly like a colonist and seems to follow them. No matter what you do, the corpse returns. Bum bum bum. I wonder if the corpse is willing to do some labor. Can I put that corpse on research duty? And many more weird and horrifying events. Alright, what more do we see? We see a lot of people shooting at a statue. Is this weapon a different model than previously? I don't remember the brown on the handle of that weapon. Maybe it's been there, I don't quite recall. This is what I love about the RimWorld previews. I begin scrutinizing every little thing on screen, like, I've not seen that before, what's that? What's that? Alright, so a lot of shooting, including, like, flares? Okay, I wonder if these flares our way of brightening up dark areas. Because this is clearly a cave. And what we know about caves, bugs live in caves. And so perhaps it's the case that you can light up these areas to give your columns better shooting abilities. They're not in the dark anymore. Maybe it discourages the spawning of... discourages the spawning of bugs, possibly. And then what is this red fire on the ground? Because none of the weapons being shot have fires, or fire ammo, not a flamethrower, for example. So it is the statue making the fire? Is it a consequence of the flares? You know, one never knows. One never knows. On again. Behold, the Sphere of Doom. Also, poor Oksana here. Poor Oksana is dragging blood on the way. I read this briefly, I think it was on the Discord. Apparently now, downed characters that have not lost 100% movement can now crawl on the ground to get themselves out of harm's way. I like this change very, very much, because many of you know that occasionally during battles, I have a moment of, oh no, that person's downed, time to bring someone off of the fighting range to drag them to safety and then back to fighting again. So that's a pretty cool change for sure. I wonder if wimps will be allowed to, drag themselves around. Oh, it's not movement, manipulation, right? Manipulation. Long as they don't have zero manipulation, they can drag themselves. Now, the wimps are the ones who go down instantly and take any damage. If wimps can get off the front line, I'll be very, very pleased. We also see surrounding Fletcher here is some, or maybe what Fletcher's carrying, I'm not sure which one, is some kind of psychic energy nonsense here. Probably coming from the evil droid, maybe. So it's a mind-breaking attack, perhaps. Who knows? They killed a chicken! How dare they? So what I'm seeing here is a bunch of broken walls. I wonder if this thing crash lands into the base and then rolls around for a while. But everything on fire. Here's one of those Cronenberg mutant folks. Definitely not for me, that. Definitely not for me. And then other than that, nothing I'm seeing that's completely new. Horror combat. You'll fight battles against shrieking flesh beasts, hordes of shambling undead, spherical death machines, massive devouring water beasts, lumpen imitations of human beings, and many more nightmarish perils. Use the monsters against your normal human and mechanoid foes where you can. Alright, so this is the meat creature, it seems. You kill it with fire. That's pretty gross. That is FYI pretty gross. This appears to be either into the belly of the beast, or perhaps it comes from the cave. Up here we see some sleeping bits, so presumably the brain slug monster spews off bits of itself to go look around. Yeah, the flamethrowers are definitely new. Interesting kind of weapon for sure. I am curious how people use them in their kill boxes. One of the old strategies long ago was throwing a lot of wooden items into the middle of a kill box and lighting them all on fire in an enclosed room that caused the heat to go up quite a bit, and in that way you cook raiders attacking you. Interesting. Friends, and ad breaks about to run. In this case, we're just going to be reading the rest of the patch notes here. It's still a lot more to go, so we'll be reading those. You won't miss any gameplay. CK3 is coming today, I swear. I swear. And then what is this? May and Baby May are panicked. It appears to be some inner sanctum of some kind. It is defended by guns. There are strange, spiky folks walking around and causing problems. To the left, we see someone, I don't know, praising, growing, improving a giant, massive man called Purple. Fun. Durathane, thanks for the resub. I appreciate that. How's it going, Durathane? Thank you for your kindness. Wait, what is this? I must zoom in so we can investigate this all the way. Because I think I know what this is. Where is the window for it. Is this a mutant Thrumbo? That is not a normal Thrumbo skeleton, is it? They're going to be mutant Thrumbos. I'm going to have to kill those for sure. Also, at the middle of the screen here, we can see there is or are now books. Behold the bookshelves. I wonder if books will give a bonus to research abilities or what exactly, but that is a fascinating little bit there. In the upper corner here, this is the charge lance, right? The normal green charge lance there that can knock people out. Below that is some kind of black wand. I'll be curious to see what exactly that is used for. Also over to the right here, in the very top right, that 62 pile is something new I've not seen before. Is that monster meat? Is that some kind of... I don't know. I don't know. It's research of monster maybe. On the middle of the floor, move around again, 1 second. Middle of the floor here. There's some one item next to that downed character that I don't know what that is. Another new item of some sorts. And then this room is probably researching monster meat bits. Maybe the research of monster meat bits goes into the worshipped / bonus giant purple here and their strange cult. So I guess at this point, my comment is, it feels like they've really leaned into the vampire part of the last DLC. Like, the last DLC was so unbelievably, like, disappointing to me in terms of vampires. I really liked the let's have kids part, and I was not at all into the vampires. In fact, I've never done a vampire playthrough. I see like the weird blood stuff where you have to harvest other colonists. It's just not for me. And so I wonder if they did some research. The RimWorld folks did some research and found the vampire playthroughs were really popular. In this channel they haven't been, but I guess I'm not terribly surprised. If they were very popular, they might lean into that with more and more horror. Who knows? Okay. Construct new tools and gear to help you. Flamethrowers and Hellcat rifles. IEDs that resurrect the dead. Flesh-mutating pulsars that transform living creatures. Insanity-inducing weapons and crossbows that stun your targets. Behold, the gaping maw of sad. I wonder if these are like the tier 3, is it Nakazars in Battle Brothers, where they can gobble up a character all at once, and then you have to kill it to get the character back, possibly. New kind of generator here. Generator is definitely a different one than previously. Is it geothermal? Is it burning monster meat? The world may never know. Other than that, everything looks relatively standard, though I don't know what this red and brown portion is at top there. There's something there I've not seen previously. Maybe a cabana, maybe an outdoor bar, maybe a new kind of wall, just not sure. And then these things I also do not recognize in the middle there. That's the watermill. Okay, so the watermill model has been changed, I guess. Is it not? Is that the standard watermill model? And I just don't recognize it? I've only used it 2 or 3 times, so it's possible I just don't recognize things. Fine. Down we go. More darkness, more inability to see anything. Tom is shooting at a monster in the dark. So these strange, wormy creatures with their strange little beady eyes. It appears to be in/near the base. So I wonder if there's some event that causes the sun to go away entirely. Where previously the worst you could get was a partial blackout, where the sun is not shining through fully because of acid in the sky or whatever. And now it seems to be the case that there's a new event where the light goes away entirely. One thing I'm noticing is that the soldiers here don't have any melee weapons. I think we've actually yet to see a meleeer against any of these large creatures. So I wonder if that's because melee is very bad against them, or if these preview pics need to show the characters as much as possible, and having a meleeer in the way would be a problem, but there's no meleeing. Now, probably if I were to embiggen this thing, we could find something new inside of the darkness, but what it is, I don't know. Down in the right-hand corner here, one does see a little pile of spikes. Is that the hive must be destroyed? I do not know. Capture and study entities in the facility. To defeat the monolith's manifestations. There have been a lot of alliterative M's in this preview. I wonder if there's a little joke that's coming about M's. To defeat the monolith's manifestations, you must gain their power. Build a grand containment facility so you can capture monsters, study them, and exploit them. Expand it with stronger walls, floors, and doors to keep them secure. Exploit your captives to use their power against your enemies, but don't push them too far. Harvest the new bioferrite and shard resources from your malevolent menagerie, see the M's, your malevolent menagerie to use in experimental serums, psychic rituals, ghoulification surgeries, and void-powered constructions. So it's taking the prison mechanics and applying them to new kinds of characters. They're not allowed to walk freely. Instead, all of them are kept inside of some containment facility. Are we gonna have some lab leak action, possibly? Also, on the ground up here is a tentacle, it looks like. We saw in one picture a bit ago that the tentacle arm can be attached to your colonists if you want to. I'm noticing some characters who are named like colonists, namely McClure and Smelly, are all gray. Can you have undead characters on your team now? Brady and Alex and Aiden and Lumpy, there are a number of normal humans here, but I do wonder how many of them are maybe undead. Who knows, who knows? Maybe we could play a Fallout playthrough. I don't know. One more photo here. We see that the monster of flesh in the top there is very bloody. Have we harmed it? Have we caused it to get big angry? Are we harvesting bits of its flesh? How am I going to commentate this game? That really is the issue I've got here. How do I talk about all this without just going ew constantly? I suspect there's a lot of ew in my future. What's up, Jim? Good seeing you. Fight the cultists who serve the machine mind. Macabre cultists will attack and perform their psychic rituals with suicidal commitment. They may stand in rows or chant around a ritual circle or whisper hateful psychic curses against your colony. Destroy them before they summon bloody beasts, abduct your people, or drive you mad with psychic influence. You can use the same rituals for your own purposes. Summon the mass dead, rain rage-filled blood, connect with your void, steal the minds and health of your foes, and more. Yep. Seen some cultists. Oh no! Oh no, who's that very middle cultist? Who dat? 1 second. In the very middle, a cultist whose name is... Where'd you go? Wait, okay, you're actually here. It's Pepper. Pepper Mga, you've gone against the colony for the last time. Alright, so cultists show up looking like they're pretty darn hostile. They are causing some problems for sure. And... oh, actually on this map, other than S in the middle, I see no characters that are friendly. So maybe this is a cultist base, and they capture a character. That'd be one interesting thing. As many of you know, the current attack bases or go save colonists in RimWorld are kind of the same thing over and over again, in which there's just a downed person somewhere and then some turrets and you fight your way through it. If there were more motivation for why the enemies have captured people, that'd be kind of cool, I guess. It fills out the story a little bit more. I do like that. That's definitely something I'm pro all the way. Alright, we then see the streets of blood. Sorry, the rain of blood. Seems pretty unpleasant. Why are you all outside? Please go inside. Can you imagine the malice There's already a malice for I am wet in the game if you go outside in the normal rain. Maybe masochistic characters enjoy it, but I most certainly do not. Cool having a library. I like libraries. That's the truth of it. Choose your fate in a new endgame. In the end, the abyssal void will swallow the world and you must choose your fate. This question here is in my mind as I've read every bit of this. Why did we make Anomaly? I'm going to be entirely honest with you before I read this section. The entire time I've been reading this, I've gone between, in my head, wanting to roll my eyes and just go, not for me. So, why did we make this Anomaly DLC? This is Tynan. I wanted to give players new kinds of emotions they haven't encountered before in RimWorld. We've explored feelings around dramatic combat tension, family warmth, problem solving, and many more. Now I want to provoke new emotions: dread, psychological tension, suspicion, and mystery. I like, of those words, mystery. Other ones, I don't go to games for many of those. The horror theme unlocks a new emotional landscape for us to explore. There aren't many games which mix management and horror either, so it's an interesting design challenge to marry these two elements. What was that game last year? Cult of the Lamb? I never played, for largely the exact same reasons I don't really want to play this DLC. I'm just not super into horror and blood and red and black colors and so on. I don't know. Alright. I saw Cabin in the Woods and thought the Monster Lab was awesome. I've never seen this. I've heard it's a really interesting horror film that has some interesting, like, moving of tropes, some inversion of ordinary horror films, but cool. I'm glad that Tynan's having a good time. It was important to me that this not just be a collection of monsters to shoot at, because the base game already generates those feelings of combat tension. I wanted something new. We made sure to design the new threats to follow the arc of classic horror stories. The protagonists encounter a mystery, then realize the threat and try to survive while they learn more about it, slowly building advantage before they try to turn the tables. It's a very RimWorld kind of chaos when several of these things are happening at once with different threats. This was really fun to work on, and I think the team did an awesome job. I can't wait for everyone to play it. Tynan. Someone worked very hard on this, right? That is my default reaction to any game I'm presented with. Obviously, someone worked very hard, and I want to love and respect that. Thank you for the work. Alright, here are the other things. Here's the other announcement. This is what happens if you do not buy the DLC, the free updates you get. We have a lot to say about Update 1.5. It's been nearly 18 months of work. If you're interested in trying Update 1.5, you can play on the Unstable branch, Modders can use it, Books, bookcases, couches, and ornate doors. There are now books for the colonists to read, and bookcases to store them in. Books are great for recreation and for the unique bonuses. Textbooks increase a specific skill, schematics progress a certain research project, novels increase recreation faster, and tomes progress an anomaly-specific research project. You can obtain books from traders or as quest rewards. Storing books in bookcases increases the beauty of a room, makes nearby research benches faster, and increases the XP and recreation gain from reading. Cool. Anytime a new DLC or patch comes out, I think to myself, what playthrough that's kind of novel could I make in response to what's in the game? Building a giant library. I love the idea. Collecting all possible books. Absolutely. Sign me up. So here's a book called Badger's Nuke. Reading it gives a bonus to recreation. This mediocre novel tells the story of a surgeon as he searches the universe for a rare collectible from his favorite series. It's a gripping, it is gripping during some parts, but the author constantly uses words inappropriately in an attempt to sound smart. The text was first printed many centuries ago. I do like that very much. That's funny. So it is like the art story generator. As many of you know, when you make art of a certain level in the game, you're able to bring up a description of the art, and the game creates it using bits of the history of the world you're playing in, as well as random words and the collection of animals and shapes and all the rest. And so it looks like there'll be stories about stories also. I'm all about that. Couches function like armchairs, but now have room for two. Ornate doors, the first 2x1 door in RimWorld. It took some work for the system to support doors that weren't 1x1. They're very fancy and suit throne rooms, temples, or other prestigious buildings. I love it. I have built so many special rooms that I want to have the grand feeling of entering well into the game, and I am delighted you have those now. I'm surprised it took this long, but apparently 2x1 doors are hard, so cool. A very nice addition for sure. What do we see here? This is a cute place. It has the ornate door there of gold, apparently. It's a cozy library. I like cozy. Cozy is good. We also have wall lamp, floodlights, and hidden conduits. Holy moly, some of the most requested features of all time, to have other kinds of lights in the base game. I know a number of streamers and ordinary players who will only use one mod in the game, and the mod that they love most of all is the one that lets you put lights not on the floor but on the walls where they don't take up space. It'll look so much better. Yes, you can now put lights on your walls and hide your conduits. Wall lamps and wall torches will be placed directly on walls. They function like a floor lamp or torch would, but with a little less light. Floodlights are very powerful and expensive outdoor lights that cover large areas, which saves you from building several small lamps. So there's now an in-between lamp size from the grow light and the basic light. Cool. Hidden conduits are useful for two reasons. They're harder to damage from fires and explosions, and they're invisible to the player unless you've got the power/building UI turned on. So many of you know when you're putting power from building to building in the base game right now, if there's a wire that goes from here to here, you just see it on the ground / in the sky in between, and it's ugly. And so a lot of people have said, wouldn't it be amazing to be able to hide that? Now you can. I'm going to call this a quality of life bonus. Often I find the quality of life phrase used to cover major game reshaping functions, but just not being able to see the ugliness makes me very happy. It might make the columns happier because I don't see it also, but just as a player, I'm so pleased. This is the floodlight, I guess. So I don't see anything new here except for that floodlight. Kind of has a lovely eye also. There we go. Performance improvement. We've continued to work on optimizing RimWorld's performance. Pawns that say characters and animals are now drawn in parallel on a separate thread. Those are words. The pawn render system was rewritten to allow for easy addition removal of visuals, and lots of optimizations were done on alerts, beauty calculations, and pen animal food searching behavior. There's been a request for a very, very long time to have this game be multi-threaded. I know about sewing, I do not know about computers. Does this count as multi-threading in the way that people have wanted? Or is this a step in that direction, or what are threads? This is what people have wanted. Awesome. Very cool. That's been requested since the beta, I believe, when people had their hundreds and hundreds characters raids and the game would begin grinding to a halt. People said, just give me multi-threading, it'll make the game work better. Alright, that's cool. Crawling. When downed, humans can now crawl on the ground. Hooray! Crawling colonists leave blood trails, move away from danger, and will seek the nearest place to recover, like a hospital bed or a sleeping spot. You'll see enemies crawling around too. It's rather dramatic. Yeah, this is great. The character who's been knocked down because of bruises should be able to move still, and now they can. Now, I wonder if they'll only leave blood trails if they're actively bleeding. I sure do hope so, because if not, what does it mean? Like, the bruised person rips open their chest trying to crawl? But that's pretty gross. This is pretty darn gross, but I'll take the blood as a penalty for getting where we're going. A fine, fine trade there. Then, possessions from traits. When choosing your starting colonists, there's now a chance for them to spawn with possessions related to their traits. Oh, when I first read the word possessions, I assumed demons, but no, they mean items that you're holding. For example, a psychopath might have a human heart. Pyromaniac comes armed with Molotovs, or someone who's greedy might have a pocket full of gold. So the psychopathic character has possessions of skulls and hearts. I wonder if they'll want to keep their items, or if you can use them freely throughout the playthrough. I also wonder if there are any items that one can get only through starting possessions. That'd be kind of cool if so. Interesting. This character is terrible. That's how it goes. Mechanized water emerges in slag chunks. Did you think the water was safe? Mechanoids can now surface from bodies of water, which requires adapting to oceans and lakes when building your base's defenses. So one nice thing has been, you can at least slow enemies by having them go over shallow water, and enemies will shoot over but not walk over heavy water, or deep water rather. So many base constructions have said, okay, I'll have a wall here and there to keep enemies out, but in that direction, it's far enough away that enemies won't shoot. We can have a nice little pond on the edge of the base. So now nowhere is safe. You have to have defenses everywhere. And as always, like, the enemies are just going to walk around the IEDs. I guarantee it. And surely this is not enough turret Daka to fight off all of this nonsense. So, yeah, I'll be curious to see what interesting base defenses there are, especially at harder game difficulties, because this is definitely not going to cut it. Anyway, certain large mechanoids have a chance to drop a mechanoid slag chunk when they're broken down, acting like steel slag chunks that can be smelted for steel. That's cool. Definitely, for some players, finding steel in the mid-game is tough before you have the deep drill constructed. So cool, more steel, more good. Bionic jaws and organ decay. Sometimes colonists lose their jaws in a terrible accident, but they can now be replaced with a new bionic prosthetic. Keep an eye on your colonist organs too. There's a chance they may develop a very rare organ decay disease. The first thing is, who's that Bond villain? Is his name just Jaws? I look forward to a James Bond playthrough with bionic chompers. The organ decay is an interesting addition. So there are some players who will upgrade limbs and eyes, but never upgrade organs, because the organ upgrades are not hugely valuable, and there's always a risk of bad surgeries. So this is a way of potentially forcing players into having bionic other body parts, stomachs, lungs, etc. So interesting. I'm not sure why this is added, other than forcing players to engage the part of the game that many of them have not engaged with. Good lord, people have wanted this next one so badly. I think there's a mod for it that I've refused to use. Mine Vein Designator. This command orders colonists to mine out a whole mineral lump in one click. For example, if you just want to mine gold ore and want to ignore surrounding rock, the Mine Vein tool tells colonists to mine all visible gold, plus any gold revealed in the process. I'm going to be losing my absolutely delightful, discovery while mining deeper inside. Like, as a player, I absolutely love mining like just 3 and then see what you find. If instead the colonist just digs it all out, there's less excitement for me as a player. So I don't have to use it, of course, but I know a lot of people really wanted this one, so they don't have to repeatedly come back and mark the next level over and over to dig out. Clean room. Selecting a colonist and right-clicking a room that's dirty now gives you the option to clean the room. It's far more convenient than manually clicking on dirt on the floor and queuing up cleaning actions. this is nice. This is a nice change for sure. Because yeah, I know the pain of selecting a character and saying, clean this vomit, clean this blood, clean this dirt, clean this, clean this. Telling them to clean it all at once, a nice little change for sure. Also, don't put your butchering tables inside of your kitchen. Come on, video game. New wanderers after a game over. When all the colonists are dead or gone, there's a new option as part of the game over letter to create new wanderers. If you want a second chance at your colony, this allows you to create 1 to 6 new colonists to inhabit the remains of your colony instead of just ending the game. It's entirely optional, and you don't have to use it if you prefer a more hardcore experience. I like this. This is very nice. This is a delightful choice here. Because yeah, I think there have been times when I've had a colony fall apart and said, I'm really sad to say goodbye to this one. I'm interested in giving this one another go. I'm interested in giving this one a shot. And yeah, now if you want to, you can continue on, and that makes sense, like story-wise also. The idea of like some giant base just falling disused forever in a world of wanderers, I do like this. I like this. Search function. In the bottom right corner, there's now a magnifying glass icon and a search bar you can type in to find items, structures, enemies, etc. on your map. No more losing items. The number of times that I have had to go screen by screen throughout a base, looking very, very carefully, especially at the shelves, to find a particular item that I know exists but just can't find, has been way too high. There have been way too many of those, especially with the new shelves, which downsize and like run together all of the different items. It's been challenging. This is a very nice addition. I'll probably forget to use it constantly, but yeah. Tainted apparel visual change. Tainted apparel, that's clothes worn by someone that has died, now is a distinct darker color. Previously, it was easy to mix up tainted apparel with non-tainted apparel. Absolutely true. I've made that mistake before I knew how to use the stockpile zone sliders and filters. So yeah, absolutely it's the case that you can get confused about what kind of clothes are what, and notice only later that you've made someone wear bloody clothing. It's terrible. UI improvements. There's an option to make colonist moods in the colonist bar much more visible. When you zoom out very far, pawns become highlighted so they're easier to spot on the map. We also redesigned the prisoner and health tabs and improved the research UI and policy UI for a better experience. Cool. Definitely very popular mods do this, and yeah, it's a nice change to the UI. That's sad. Every once in a while, when a new DLC or new features are added to the game, people just say, what Tynan does is just steal the good DLC or steal the good mods and put them in the game. And usually what I say is, this was an obvious change. Like, it's totally clear to anyone looking at the game that you could easily add in, I don't know, more robots. It's not in any way unique or unusual to imagine that. Some of these UI improvements, especially the ones that are based on mod, feel to me like Tynan maybe said, that's a good mod, yoink mine now. So my usual defense of independent co-arising may not work anymore. Art improvements. There's new and improved weapon art. We also added new immature crop art and leafless tree art for the plants that are missing those. Alright, so you see things grow a little bit more. But there are lots of other small things we've done for 1.5, including an option to capture carried pawns without having to drop them, improve construction hauling, and better firefighting. Cool. All the small things. If you want to read them, you can. I'm not going to read all those out. So, stay tuned for Anomaly feature blogs that approach release day, which is 1 month from yesterday. Anomaly has more content than any previous expansion. We've expanded the team and worked for 18 months in the expansion and update 1.5, so it's got a lot of passion in it. He has twice mentioned in this blog post that they've worked for 18 months on it. I take that as a preemptive defense of, why is the DLC so expensive? Why? If you've worked for 18 months with lots of people on a team, you gotta pay them. Now, I bet they're still burning through the initial release money, because RimWorld is incredibly popular, but this is preemptive defense against DLC is too expensive. Anomaly adds new feelings to RimWorld, creates moments of terror, new role-playing opportunities, unforgettable stories, and a unique narrative experience for every player. We seriously cannot wait to let you get your hands on it. In the meantime, come chit-chat about this and that on X, on Reddit, the development Discord, etc. We got Wall Lights Boys, it only took 10 years. Yep. So many quality of life changes. Yep. I'm looking forward to how far down this thing I've got to go before someone complains about the Cthulhu half of it. Today is the day that Zombieland becomes vanilla. We've mentioned Zombieland before, absolutely. Alright. Crawling ponds are going to create awesome stories and images. Hyped up for that one. So there's a lot of discussion so far of the 1.5 changes and much less about the DLC. Every time we've looked at this previously on other DLCs, the top line comments were, wow, this DLC looks so darn cool. Wow, I can't wait to play with children. Wow, I can't wait to play with more robots, etc. So far, though, it seems to be a little bit more excitement on the 1.5 side as opposed to the, other side here. Here we go. They predicted the community's reaction to the cheese cube pretty accurately. Everyone loves the cube. Alright. We're not going to read through all of it, but what do we say? Well, first of all, we say thank you to Duke Hugo for the raid. How's it going, my friend? Hope you're doing well. Thank you for being here. I swear we're playing CK3 pretty soon, but for now, we're talking about the RimWorld DLC. R Squared says that Adam vs. Everything did 5 hours of talking about this DLC. yeah, I could keep going. We've only been doing an hour or so, but what's my top line commentary? What's the top line commentary here? 1.5 change is very cool. DLC for me, very disappointing. It's just not what I as an individual want. I definitely agree with what Tynan said about it's going to create like new interesting playthroughs. It gives access to new feelings, but just not ones I want in my video games. Like that really is the top line for me. When I see this, I don't say, oh, cool adventure. I don't say, gosh, I can't wait to play and have fun with it. It's instead just kind of gross and kind of like, it takes my stories in RimWorld in a direction of story I'd prefer not to play and not to tell. I'll be curious to see how the DLC does. RimWorld is a very loyal fan base. So far, each of the DLC releases have been big successes. Lots of people buying, lots of people playing, all the rest. But with that said, I will play it. I will play it to be part of the new DLC hype, but I don't see myself being like so enamored of the new DLC that we play it over and over and over again over the course of weeks and months. So I'd like to come up with like one playthrough to choose. I'm hoping you can choose what kind of beginning you get in the game. So I can say, let's do the Cube playthrough, or let's do the Among Us playthrough, as opposed to saying like, well, we'll randomly start and maybe we'll get the terrible flesh piece. If I have that choice, I'll be very, very pleased. Yeah, that's my top line answer. I'm just not that excited about it. And I realize I spent an hour of your time talking about this thing to say, it's fine though. Not everything's for me, not everything's for every player. I'm so glad that Tynan is making the game what he wants it to be. I do wonder what other emotions are not in the game yet that he's want to add in. There's already triumph, there's already loss, there's already love. I don't know. Like, I don't see passion. I don't see revenge. Maybe we'll add those in next. But with that said, thanks for listening. I appreciate that. I'm glad that you hung out with me. I'm curious what your general reaction to it is. I'm running a quick poll, and I realize that I've been perhaps biasing it. I'm just gonna do a very simple yes or no, which is just, are you excited for the DLC? Not the 1.5 changes. I think most people are probably saying, hey, that's pretty cool because they're free especially. Yes. Meh or no. Let's run for 1 minute. I'm just curious where you all are. Please vote now if you would, just to give a sense of how you all are feeling. This one is just, for me, I'm clearly on the no side. I'm going to vote that way, but I do not mean to sway the vote. However it is fine. All right, a few people are definitely yes, some are meh, some are no. It looks like it's pretty well all over the place, which is roughly what I expected. A lot of people are kind of meh on it. Yeah, when we did votes on the prior DLCs, it was almost unanimous. That's going to be very, very cool. And yeah, it seems less so, at least for our community. I agree exist. Again, that Tynan justifies it and says, like, I personally, as the dev, think this is a cool idea. I am all about that. I was really curious, did they sit down in focus group? Did they say, man, let's go ahead and only do what the players want? I mean, it's kind of sad, right? If a dev is drawn in directions only based on what the dev wants, or based only on what the players want. It's cool that he went out there and said, I'm going to do that one. All right, the tie between meh and no of 12 votes each way, so 24% or 24 of you all are leaning in the direction of not so much. Again, that might just be our community though. We'll see how it goes. So there you go, team. There you go, team. Looks fun from a viewer perspective. Yeah, maybe. And I'm ready to be surprised, right? I'm ready to be surprised here, which say when we play it in a month or so, maybe I'll love it more than any DLC before. Maybe I'll find that secretly I absolutely love horror things I didn't know, but wait, Rimworld's my entree to horror. That said, I think I did try the Cult of Cthulhu DLC one time, and I couldn't get it to work, so we'll see. All right, thank you very much for thinking with me. Yeah, 1.5 stuff's on the unstable branch. Because I'm not a 100% Rimworld streamer anymore, I never play on the unstable branch. You know, I'm someone who, for about a year or so, did absolutely nothing but Rimworld, and so if I were that kind of streamer still, we would be playing on the unstable branch. I might get into the, you know, patch test team, etc. But it's just one game among the many I play now, and so we're playing other games instead, but we will play Rimworld when it comes out, at least for a little bit. So, thank you for hanging out, thank you for talking about that. I will now no longer abuse the CK3 directory by sitting in it, and yeah, by sitting in it and talking about a different game. For now, we move in the direction of this button right here. Did I not open it? I did open it, thank goodness. This game right here, the continuation of our Crusader Kings III adventure. No longer thinking of Cthulhu, the rising flesh beast. Instead, we're talking about the great glory that is Scotlandia. Because yesterday, at the end of stream, we finally rose from the ashes of being minor Scotland and now have an entire empire to rule. I need to change the color. Rule Scotlandia! Scotlandia rules the waves. Its color's a little bit overly French though, we gotta fix that. Hey, see you, Sliver, have a good night, thanks for hanging out for sure. Alright, so I'm gonna make the blue here a little bit lighter blue and see if that helps so it stands out more. My apologies to any Scottish friends. Like, no, that's my color. That's not France's color. Is that better? Much better. I like it. You're voting for Wrexham Red? Yeah. We'll do a Welsh playthrough at some point in which we play as Wrexham Red. For now, not so much, though. Alright, what were we working on? The first big thing to say is we actually completed a legend yesterday. We got the Great Deed for Dunkeld, a mythical level legend completed. And today we need to start on the Sons of Skota there. The ones we have to accomplish to claim that we are from Egypt. I'm sure I was doing something else. We're pulling in 25 money a month right now, so we're in a really, really strong position. The King of France, by comparison, is pulling in 20 a month, and we do have an alliance with him. So, as I said earlier, I do want to kick Denmark out of the north. The only problem is our buddies Denmark are allied with everyone else in Scandinavia and the Holy Roman Emperor and also Poland. So I can't fight Denmark right now, almost certainly, in part because he's not helping out the Polish currently. I like the Faroe Islands also. They're part of Norway, and Norway also has tons and tons of allies with Denmark and the HRE. So we'll need to wait till the alliances fail, and then we'll take Denmark, the Faroe Islands, and so on, and maybe even Iceland. For now, though, as you can see, we definitely have a little thing known as Wilhelm's Coughs. It is a major plague that's currently rushing its way through our territory, including the capital city. So it might be time for us to send the king away. His stress is pretty high. Is he secluded? He is secluded. So we're trying very hard to keep him well, despite the terrible, terrible diseases rampaging through. Right now we're in the process of upgrading our hospice slash care house, whatever you want to call it, in this area of our capital. So hopefully it helps the diseases go away. That said, behold the bad air blowing through. Behold the flying... Are they like vultures eating our people? Possibly. A word of advice. My steward, Duchess Emma, admires some good steel from a local smith. She also wants me to look at a sculptor's stall. Unfortunately, I have no money right now at only 14. So if I invest in the smithy, we'll have cheaper armies for the next 30 years and also increase taxes in our capital. If we go for the sculptor's workshop, we have a 75% chance of the Duchess Emma becoming our friend, and more piety and more taxes also. I'm going to do the cheaper one here, which gives us a reduction to army maintenance. We are low on cash for just a moment, but that will come back in a month and a half or so. With that said, we have a faction that's allegedly coming against us. No, we don't. So apparently there was some faction that was alleging to want to come against me, but they have disappeared all at once. Thank goodness. We're in debt. That's true. What else needs doing? Here's a couple things. So we disinherited one of our sons, who then proceeded to die of consumption. Our inheriting son, Prince Mini, has consumption also. We're hoping he survives, but gosh, not much to do on that. We have one other useful heir right now. It's the Emperor's youngest brother. His name is Prince Marmalade. He is 14 and does not yet have consumption. So if everyone else is wiped out, at least he will survive. After that, we have the Earl of Angus and some random Dunkeld. So we have a total of 5 people at least who are in the line of succession, all of our family. So unless the plague kills everyone, we should be a-okay, I think. And other lies I tell. It's but a flesh wound. A pool of blood is congealing under the feet of Godefroy, a diplomat from the King Henri of France. By the immense quantities soaked up in my carpet, I assume he's been bleeding on the spot for hours, if not longer. My apologies for the mess. I was defenestrated by a dwarf trying to rob me in an inn on my journey to Edinburgh. However, as the rapscallion cushioned my fall, the diplomatic vision can continue. It'll be days until my blood loss is fatal. This man is loyal to the French throne. I can order the guards to make him get wound treatment. The king appreciates that. I can say I'll make him bleed on my carpet enough to buy a new one, or talk now, but the liege is paying for my carpet. I do want money, but I want to keep the King of France happy. So as a guards, force him the physician. He's cured. The king appreciates that. Thank goodness. He could emerge from seclusion, the game is saying. It's trying to trick me with its current blood everywhere, trying to trick us to come out into the diseased area once more. We do have a very small part down here of Scottish territory in the middle of France. I hope they stay away from that. That's part of why we're trying to be allied to France. So I leave alone this little bit here. This little bit here is part of Anjou. It's actually all of Anjou. So if I want to, I could give him the duchy down here. Sorry, not all of Anjou. All of Anjou, but for the named capital county. We'll see how that goes. Over here, with the ongoing conflict between Duchess Afrika and Duchess Fingula, one of these is 5, the other 39. Ma'am, you gotta get your life turned out right. My chancellor's been trying to stop this quarrel. With the right encouragement, a settlement may be reached. Now, are they actively fighting? They are actually fighting, so I'm interested in getting them to stop. I could spend a lot of money, absolutely not. I can order them to stop or let them sort out their differences. I don't really care that much. Friend, thank you much for your generous offer of giving me follow bots, etc. Let me go ahead and ban you. Thanks for stopping by. Goodbye. One of these days I'll buy all the follow bots, but not today. Friends, a claim is being developed in the county of Ferrer. Ferrar. That's our word for the Faroe Islands, apparently. Sure. How much money is it? 87 money. Even deeper into poverty we go, but that's okay. It will guarantee that we can go attack the Faroe Islands once Norway's king changes over or they lose these alliances in some way. We could help them to get rid of the alliances by assassinating the connection between the HRE and the king here. That turns out to be his wife, or betrothed rather, so we'll see how that goes. Maybe. In the south, we see a lot of non-duchies, loose counties instead. It'd be a good idea for us to create the duchies to help with vassal organization and taxes too. I'm now going to say I promise to spend no money until at least plus 100. I'm not going to go insolvent again. But wait! The filth of the road is well away from me by my horse. Wait, what? The filth of the road is kept well away from me by my horse. Okay, so the filth is down there, I'm up here. Got it. The same can't be said of those who trudge through it. A peasant throws himself at me, one-armed, wrapped on a small, stumbling child. Little Simon. My lord, please, he beseeches, pushing the child towards me. He's very sick. Could you spare the merest touch to heal him? I could touch the child. We have a 10% chance of the child getting sicker, and we do also. A 10% chance of miraculously healing a child, or an 80% chance of making him happy at least. Or do not look at the child. Nope, I'll help. Your king touches you. The affection remains, they seem happier. Good luck, little Simon. I wish you the best. Your king at least cares enough to touch you. Hey, our wife who has consumption still has leveled up her doctoring. She is now rather a novice physician. So just learned enough to be called a physician at all. Then we gained a stress level because our half-sister has died of the plague. Things are a little worse than before. Alright. Gotta fix that stress for sure. Need a new spy master. The Duke of Kent, Duke Ralph. Pretty good spy master indeed. Likes us okay. Wants to be on the council. We'll give him exactly that. And he's focused on stopping plots against me. Now that our patriarch. Apparently patriarch is the title for empire level holy man, while Scottish culture. I assume we'd say archbishop still. Whichever way, now that the patriarch got my claim on the Faroe Islands, I'm going to have him work on converting these atrocious Irish people who are not true Catholics yet. Must fix that for sure. We have some dark thoughts. We can give all our money to charity. We can get drunk again. This king was once a drunkard. We began with him as a drunkard. He fought hard to stop that part of his life. He is now a teetotaler. He will fight on to avoid being a drunk. We got 5 years to deal with this stress. May we pet the cat. Clearly the most important thing to do. We don't have a cat. We have no immediate way of dealing with the stress. So we'll need to go hunting, feasting. For that, though, we'll need to save some more money. Fine. What is favor skilled outsider? It's like scraping the barrel. So, but instead of finding a random peasant to join your court, you can instead bring foreign talent around. When we need more people, we may go for that one. We'll see, we'll see. That's all for now. That's all for now. Now we just wait. Please go away, disease. Actually, I want to look at the achievements real quick. I wonder if there are disease-related achievements we don't yet have. So what is possible in this playthrough? Have your dynasty erect 100 runestones. The absolutely impossible DLC. No idea how to do that one ever. Alright. I'm also just glancing at ones we could possibly do without too much difficulty on this playthrough. Like, claim throne is one of the easiest things to do. I've just never done it. Inbred, no. We have to do at least 2 or 3 more Iberia playthroughs. Visit 10 kingdom tier vassals. I have tried this so hard, but while on the road, the kingdom tier vassals change, or they're just not at home. I don't believe this achievement is actually possible. It is possible, it's just very, very frustrating. Oh, not that one. Sorry, that's the next one. Visit all the powerful vassals. Powerful vassals change. Kingdom ones don't necessarily change, but they can be out on other business. Finish Falconer for sure. Do Perfect Circle? Absolutely not. I will never do Perfect Circle on stream. That is the Maxim Incest one. Alright, what else we got here? Again, looking for disease ones primarily. This is one we're going for right now. The Faroe Islands. This one not today. Contract and recover from the bubonic plague. Again, I don't know if the bubonic plague will come all the way to Scotland. It may come to Western France. So it's possible we're going to move our capital into France in order to hopefully get bubonic plague. That's right, hopefully. And then down here, can't touch this. Have an infected barony at maximum plague resistance. So that seems it's unlikely you're going to be infected there, but we'll build someone up with maximum plague resistance eventually to try to get this one. I think it's probably a upgrade all the way, and then just wait and it'll happen eventually. Okay, we see things to do involving diseases. Haven't seen the bubonic plague yet. We'll see when it shows up. Still probably a couple 100 years. That's fine. Okay, experienced fighter comes to visit. He has consumption, because gosh, who doesn't? It's probably 90 money to recruit him. It is. I'm not recruiting someone who has the consumption. Oh, you think the bubonic plague will get to Scotland? In CK2, it usually didn't, right? I thought in CK2, it was usually the case that northern Scotland and northern Scandinavia would not get the bubonic plague. If it will, though, that's great. I'm so pleased. My patriarch Walter bursts into the throne room late at night, a tattered message in his hand. My emperor, I bring terrible news regarding Wolfhelm's coughs. He has it also. Blasphemers and heretics are crying the world is coming to an end, claiming that Wolfhelm's cough was sent to us by God to mark the beginning of the revelation. Their gospel's doing little but to stir panic and suicide in the local population. How may we thwart the hysteria? So, we can launch the Inquisition. Some members of the court's populace have become convinced the recent plague is a sign of the apocalypse. The entire population has now been subject to the Inquisition, whether they believe in the cult or no. The Inquisition, let's begin. The Inquisition, look out sin. Send your best theologians to debate them. That's tons of money and they'll probably not be convinced, or maybe they're right. Everyone gains apocalypsism. Control goes down. We lose legitimacy. Alright, we root them out. A little more stress. Very high in stress level 1 right now. At least we're positive on cash again, though. That is good. Control has dropped a bunch. Probably primarily in my infected counties. Yeah, infected counties are struggling a little bit, including the capital. We'll have to deal with that after Middlesex, which is the capital of Middlesex here. Yeah, it's called Middlesex because it is Middlesex. Is currently being fixed. We're building up our precious London there. The blind French king would like me to help him in taking the Duchy of Armagnac from the King of Denmark. So I should probably join this. Obviously, I don't want to lose my alliance with France, but knowing that Denmark is busy, I could grab the very northern tip of Scotland. I'll come. I'll be good guy Resorty. And, where are we going? Where's this territory you want? Over here. Over here. So Navarra and Denmark are together causing troubles. I'm going to go invade Denmark to help out and have France will probably march. France has marched down here to their capital. Got it. Got it. Hey Garrett, do I concern myself with infighting among the vassals? To be entirely honest with you, the answer is largely no, unless I have a vassal who's one of my children that I want to protect. Now, the reason that one might want to protect your vassals is if anyone under you gets too ridiculously strong and you can't make that person happy, they will potentially independently declare themselves independent. That's right, independently declare themselves independent. Usually an independence faction, to be successful, requires the cooperation of a bunch of different dukes or kings, and that is easier to handle with because you just peel one of them off and that'll weaken the faction substantially. If, for example, the Duchess of Lancaster becomes really strong all by herself, by maybe taking Northumbria over as well, then things get really dicey really fast because she can just break off and cripple our military as well. At this point, though, I don't see anyone is so strong that I need to worry about it because we have, without the two strongest vassals, still 6,000 troops, and so we should still 8,000 troops rather, so we should be just fine. But it's something you can pay attention to, but it's not essential to do so. At least at this point, our playthrough. Emma has shirked her duties as the Diarch. Do we have an entrenched regency and I didn't notice it? Hey! Oh, because we're secluded, she's allowed to try to use the levers of state against me. We want to keep authority up of the three possibilities, because we have to keep the counselors happy while we're hiding from them. I could have brought her along, I suppose, to... could have brought her along into the seclusion also, but no worries. Flatulence at court. Wolfham's coughs have caused fanaticism across the realm. They believe that beating yourself is the way to stop the disease. Obviously, we do not believe in this. We make the local peasantry even angrier. The disease rages on. Can we see how long it's been going? Started in 1142 May. It's now almost 1144. That is absolutely brutal. Garrett, you said that my YouTube videos for this game are helpful getting started, but always something new happening. Yeah, the problem with making any YouTube videos about CK3 is the answer to any interesting question about how the game works or what to do is entirely contingent on so many factors. So anytime anyone asks me, like, Resorty, what should I do in the game? I'll say, it depends, because there's so many other factors to keep an eye on. That said, there are some basic mechanics I could probably explain in new videos if I want to take the time. Right, we have to go attack Denmark. I got confused and distracted. Alright, here comes the army. Is our economy sufficient to support the army now? Maybe. A visit from the Countess of White, Countess Joan, looking a little beefy. She comes to offer me some kind words of submission. We say yes, thank you. Our court grandeur goes up. That's more than enough army for now. We're going to leave some folks at home just in case. We are hemorrhaging cash just barely. I might want to put some way to stop that, but we'll see, Friends, we've been live now for 1.5 hours, so it's time for us to take a little break, our 3-minute break to run some ads. During this time, I'll do some crossword puzzle, and you maybe get a drink, you maybe stretch out, or you maybe get to feel superior to me as you solve the crossword faster than I do. We did not finish yesterday's crossword, so we'll go back to that after the Wednesday puzzle is hopefully done. So, got 5 seconds in. Want to cross abbreviated street name in many U.S. cities. I don't know, like First Street is often one street. We'll see eventually. Make a wrong right. Could be a tone, possibly. Or at pin, your choice. More peculiar quaintly. I don't know, stranger, weirder, that boy ain't right. When hell freezes over means never. Metavault Warrior, Fuller's artwork, Talking Skull for one. I do not know this person. I do not know this artwork. I do not know anything. It could be modern art. It could be performative art. It could be electronic art. Who knows? The subject of a 2023 FTC complaint against Amazon. I don't know. Slow shipping. Anti-competitiveness. Monopolies. Because FTC is abbreviated, it could be an abbreviation in the slot. Toboggan or a... I assume this is an Inuit word. Quamutik is probably a sled. Conversational detours. Asides? That's not right. What are they called? Starts with a D, I believe. Digression. There we go. Well, it doesn't fit. Never mind. Side topics, possibly. Nope, doesn't fit either. No idea. Blank King Cole. Nat King Cole or Old King Cole, your choice. What's the down here? Prime time hour. So 9 p.m. is more likely than old 1 p.m. Yeah, 9 p.m. probably better. So Nat King Cole is correct here. The stars are the Cowboys on scoreboards. Dallas, I assume, so maybe it's D-A-L or D-L-S. Not sure which. Planet named after a god of war, Mars. Climbing plant is ivy, probably. Surprise response to "you already told me this story." Oh! You already told me this story. I see. I have no idea. Sorry. Nervous activity. Could be tics, could be stuttering, could be pacing. I put pacing in. We'll see if that's right after a while. Tokyo-based camera brand is Nikon. Take a financial hit. Lose it big in the market. Invest in Reddit's IPO. I don't know. I'm all blank. I'm all ears. Does nothing. Possibly idols, could also be lasers. We'll see. Fruit with Nashi and Bartlett varieties. Bartlett pears? Is that right? They're Bosch and Anjou pears. I'm not sure. That's a nashi. In Japanese, nashi means without? Not sure. Not sure. Skillful. With a P there. Skillful. Practiced possible. What's the down? A big enclosure for birds and aviary. So I'm gonna say practiced. That's good. Hey, Vindicators, thanks for the resubscription. And yes, indeed, I appreciate the ads that remind people to resub. Philly Transit Organization. Philly Transit is called SEPTA, like the septic system. You scratch my blank, I'll scratch yours. You scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. Brother of Cain and Abel. That's Enos, I believe. Or Esau. I can't remember. I think Esau is right, actually. Vietnamese Spring Festival is called Tet. The Blank Assistance. Bird pecks Bolsonaro during coronavirus quarantine. A 2020 Guardian headline. What's the word for bird in Spanish? Not sure. The down those films that pander to the Academy, so-called Oscar bait. I like it. I like it. So the something resistance, Bolsonaro's first name is Javier, I believe. That's not right here. Anyway, we'll figure out some more in just 1 hour. I like it very, very much. Oh, it's Portuguese? I apologize. Yeah, Brazil speaks Portuguese. I actually forgot that Bolsonaro ran Brazil, but thank you for knowing the good things. I do not know what the word bird is in Portuguese, unfortunately. Alright, here comes the army. And the navy. That's a lot of money to spend to help France. This is the problem with playing as Britain, is anytime you want to help an ally, you've got to spend a ton of money to get there. Unless you help them in a token kind of way. because that would be lovely. It's a pity the game doesn't support traveling royal court. Yeah, you got to move your entire capital if you want to be safely outside of the disease's ongoing ravages. Hey, remember the part where I said I was gonna spend no money until we managed to reach solvency again, like plus 100 money? That definitely did not happen. That said, we do have some items I'm not using at all. Also gotta fix the stress. So, what items am I not using that I don't care to use? Alright, a Welsh war banner, not gonna use. The Norwegian wall banner, not super useful. Can't destroy those though, of course. Mighty Wolf Hide. Prestige is nice, especially early in the king's life, but no, we're okay. That's enough for right now. And Denmark's army is not here, so I don't mind landing right on their capital. We'll be able to burn off the disembarkation penalty before Denmark gets back, because presumably they've deployed down here. You Danish fools! Now, they're beating the dickens out of France, and the leader of their army is indeed the king, so we will not be capturing their king, unfortunately. Which means, without taking a territory down here, almost certainly France loses. So, what are they fighting for again? They're fighting for a duchy, I believe. It's not the Duchy of Gasson, though. What are you fighting for? The Duchy of Armagh. Okay, they're just fighting for this county here, I believe. Yeah, this is the only part of it that is not inside of the duchy. That's fine how it goes. Fine how it goes. That's right, at least we tried. We're giving some war score. That's definitely good enough that the game should say, good job, Resorty. Thanks for helping us. And we say, don't you worry, video game. Glad to help out. We're getting attrition here. How bad is it? 420. Blaze it. Let's go. As usual, this is a way to make some decent money by sieging. 12 days to go. I'm really bad at keeping an eye out on the siege events. Like, I know siege events are interesting and do modify, how much, how fast the siege is going to go take, how long it's going to take, rather, but I don't ever look at it. We captured some granddaughters and 2 other people. That's pretty good, and got another 43 money for taking Shayland as well. So to the prison first. Is the granddaughter worth war score? Most certainly not. So they're just prisoners check out. First, Gil, the crazy person. Gil, I'm going to release you into the world. Thank you much. Sigrid Estred of Denmark. You're worth 50 money. Great. And there's a little Bodil also. The king has 318 money and is burning 8 a month, so we're almost certainly going to bleed him dry. That might help Spain a little, or France a little bit, possibly. Their unsettled land in Bedford, blamed on unsuitable terrain. My steward has suggested an irrigation project might make it arable, thereby valuable. Arable and variable. Wonderful. Thereby valuable. I personally can design an aqueduct. Might gain a lifestyle perk. Or I can get a ditch and soil network. This is much cheaper. The only irrigation ditches that get slower development. The aqueduct itself gives 20% and more control growth. Or we don't care about the land. I'm going to spend all my money. I'm spending all my money on the better upgrade. Surely we'll siege more things soon. Someday solvency, in part by freeing the children. Yes. The King of Denmark has bought us a brand new aqueduct. Reality overrated. Thank you for the resub, friend. I appreciate you subscribing now for 15 months. My goodness. It's cool having you with us as always. Friends, our half-brother, Prince Marmalade, has come of age. He's leaving our care. He's a natural administrator. He may become king if our number 2 son ends up dying of consumption. So he is the spare currently. Well done, Marmalade. Well done. You're not a fine fighter, so you will not ever be our knight. That's fine. I want to check and see what the most valuable of the nearby holdings are. Sorry, words are hard. Take the main stack here and just step it forward again. Another bit of attrition, 391. Whoops, I'm moving everyone. Do not do that. Yeah, stay in siege. The irrigation is running over budget. Hey, about that stress. My steward returns saying they've spent too much money. Surely you yourself can see that any construction project would be expensive under these conditions. So I can hire a new builder. Because we're forgiving, we're not allowed to do that. Or, you're right, take what you need. So penalty due to forgiving or penalty due to greed. Okay. So the better chance of a positive-ish outcome is hire someone new. Welcome, my friends, to another level of stress. Welcome also, my friends, to the worst outcome, which did not result in an improvement to the aqueducts. Brutal. Welcome also to level 2 of stress now. Everything I do, people take advantage of me. My court lies to my face all day. I thought we're trusting. Everyone lies to me, it makes my blood boil. I can't stand it any longer. So give all the money away, maybe make a charitable donation, or grit my teeth once more. We have 5 years until the king dies of stress. We may end up with a crazy heart attack before then. At least we're positive on cash. I need to go hunting as soon as I have the money for it. Unfortunately, it's 90 money. Nope, sorry, 200 money to do a decent hunt while being a king. How much is an emperor? Oh, I forgot it's more expensive than emperor. This is going to be horrible. We need so much money. Alright, that said, Earl Edward has sent me a wild hair hide. Thanks, man. I appreciate that. Thank you for the nice gift. What a lovely, lovely surprise. I'll treasure it absolutely forever. Now, I could hang this thing, but at the moment I need cash to get rid of stress. So, thank you for your kind contribution to the budget. Norwegian Warbender we can't get rid of. We only have 1 furniture. We have 1 book also. We have a whole bundle of pedestal items, including our spare Excalibur. I'm going to keep the spare Excalibur for now. It's an important part of my legacy. Alright, more siege, more good. I may start just trying to rush through all of this. The way to rush it, of course, is to, when one has the pop-up of breaking the walls, start rushing troops in. The only worry with doing that is a lot of people will die, and my vassals might smell blood in the water and attack. Once again, our irrigation did not work out terribly well. Resources delivered to the wrong place, structures not match what I had in mind. What part of the order build an aqueduct the way I wanted is so hard to follow? These ignoramuses, what are they doing? I can manage it myself. We're almost certainly going to win big. Or conscript the peasants. I'll do it myself. The product's been completed, thank goodness. We are now at 282 stress. Alright, so we don't have any fixed stress buttons. We are forgiving. Do I know of any sins? I do not. We could make sins public and then forgive them. Instead, I'm going to be letting people pay off their favors to me. We now have enough money that we can maybe do something to burn off at least a little stress. So, hunts are on average 435 money. Hey, Mato, how's it going, my friend? Mato, welcome. Hope we're doing well today. Welcome. I have no match for the hunt. How'd that happen? I was about to complain about the lack of legendary hunts, but this time it's on me for not having anyone looking for more and more legendary beasts. With that said, probably a lot of people died during the plague, almost certainly. So we'll get people into these different roles that we really need. The stress lowerer, Any good musicians here? Anyone just sing the song of our people? This guy's average. He's an okay voice. That's good enough for now. Also, we do have a chronicler, correct? My chronicler can be looking for more legends to use if we want to. Every year you have a random chance to gain a legend seed. Better aptitude, better chance of this occurring. We're saving up though for Sons of Skota, clearly. Let me actually check. If I cheap out on the hunt, what kind of price is it going to be? Okay. We can go hunt at our home. I'm already there. Minimal cost is 255. We're probably going to fail, but I don't care. All that matters is lowering our stress. Please, oh please, do not get consumption while you're out of the house. Oh, it's done! The plague is done! We survived! I should emerge from seclusion. Whoops. Whoops. I wonder how long the plague has been gone. The Melgonacy boils might be heading our direction at some point soon. Hopefully not. I can end the Regency also. We do that. Nothing else needs doing. Hey, more stewardship. Alright. Popular figurehead. Make everyone love me. And then one more unlock and we get 2 more domain. We're +1 already. Gotta take something over. Every time you see a plague, you're terrified. Oh yes, Ved. It's definitely the case. The plague addition to the CK3 playthrough is really, really worrisome. Like, it introduced a new kind of terror to the game, because most bad situations in the game I know how to deal with. The plagues, though, there's no way to deal with it other than having built up plague resistance beforehand and having a good physician. So it needs to be proactive instead of reactive play. And I tend to be pretty reactive, except in terms of the economy. So we'll see. We've built a beautiful aqueduct in Bedford. For decades, it will go well. Another stewardship unlocked. 2 in a row. Nice, nice, nice. So our domain limit is now 3 above where we are. And I could start unlanding my neighbors. Or take the Faroe Islands for myself. Nonetheless, we've arrived for our hunting. There must be some foxes nearby. Let's hunt some foxes. That seems just fine. My vassal Wolfhelm is crouched down the hunt, picking some lavender. Alright, so we can pick the flowers and give them to my doctor to help with her learning and chance of healing us. I can order him his horse, or I can learn all about flowers. No. I will take them for my beautiful, beautiful physician, our wife. We follow our quarry into plain, slowly but surely gaining the devious fox. It spooks someone, running a different direction. But I see that Earl Robert and Duke Madog, what's good Madog, entangle on the ground in a passionate embrace. What a scandal! That said, we're forgiving, so we should not make a big deal about this. I order them to get up and join me. Thank you. The amount of characters that died to the plague for you is kind of unreal. It's absolutely ridiculous. Yeah, I mean, it shows just how awful plagues were, but it really hollows out your court. You're gonna have people to run different roles. That said, the king is still alive. Is the number 2 son also still alive? He still is consumptive. My vassal Madog has spotted the flowing tail. He's my hunting dog. Cat. The cunning dog is hard to distinguish, but it's there, observing us through tall grass. It locks eyes with me, and almost though it senses my intent, takes off in a flash of orange fur. As usual, the claim that the fox is a dog always confuses me. We ride! We're gonna try to corner a fox. Also, as kind of expected, the Duke of Munster has managed to proclaim herself King of Ireland, or Queen of Ireland also. I should probably make her like me some more. That said, she's the wrong religion. You can change religion, fam. She will not. I believe we can revoke titles if people don't follow our religion in Catholicism. Is that true? Or do we need a higher level of authority? I think I have to ask her. I think I have to ask her to revoke her title. No, ask her to change religions. And then if she says no, I think I can then strip her title without it being tyrannical. Something like that. More sieging done. We're plus 14 on the war, solely because I'm capturing things for them. That's actually not even true. It's capturing territory inside of the war goal area. Oh, is Denmark an ally in this thing, actually, as opposed to the lead? Yeah, so I'm doing nothing but weakening their ally a little bit. I'm going to go ahead and march down to Hedeby here. And then when that's done, I'll go visit the actual war front. That'll be good. We find the peasants out here trying to feed themselves. I will allow them to do so. What a kind king this day. Can't deal with more stress on our stress remover. So, the Queen of Ireland is willing to change religions if I give her a hook. Absolutely not. Having refused that, it's still tyrannical to take her titles. I really thought that Catholics would take titles of people who wouldn't change religions. Now, maybe that's only people who are not astray but actively hostile. The Catholics consider insularism to be astray, correct? Yeah. They may have to be a hostile party, like a Muslim, for instance. After hours of riding, we corner the wily beast. Our chase is not in vain. I can shoot it. I can finish it off. All right, I will shoot it. I take aim at the party. No, that's not true. I take aim as the party watches. And I win. And everyone clapped. We're a grand king who burned up a little bit of stress. Everything went perfectly. So I can keep the pelt for myself, or I can give it to King Henri, keeping it for myself. We're a real hunter now. Sort of. This is a nice item to have because it fills one of the small slots I've not used yet. Just a little prestige, a little grandeur. Not amazing, but good enough for now. Alright, how's that sieging going? Slowly. 3 months to go. So, as each month goes by, we lose 2.4 money. When the siege is all done, we're going to end up with how much money? It's a gift? It's already a gift. 14 money. So we are making a little bit of money on these sieges. Not a huge amount, but some. Like I said, we go for Hedeby here because it's 30 money, and then I'll turn and go help here. Now, with that said, if I turn and go here, I either need to march through the HRE to get there, or spend all my money on a boat. I believe we're going to march through the HRE to get there. It's a bit of a hike for our folks, but that'll be okay. Having gotten back home, we're only level 1 stress again. Better than previously. Also, my marshal has improved control in London. So now we need to... I own Hertfordshire, so we'll hit that one next. Hey, Saucy, we are playing the new Plague update. Yep, playing the new DLC. What is it? Legends of the Dead, I believe. So we've completed 1 legend so far. We've been invited to a funeral. Duke Ralph II has invited us to Duke Ralph II's funeral. I assume this name is chosen based on the person who's hosting it, not the person who is being buried. But oh my goodness, if Duke Ralph II buries himself, it's be the most amazing thing in all of history. Sign me up. It's a little march down there. It's at a caravan master. We have 1 possible. He has speed. He does not have any defense. All of my other possibles have died. and we're passing to the south of England. There are a lot of plains and hills on the way. So if we hire a... Where is it? Mountaineer. Takes him to low danger. That's fine. Off we go. Look forward to seeing who's being buried. We find ourselves a wise man. He's 77 years old. We could invite him to join the court, or we can have him tell our future. I don't care. No matter how good our future is, I don't need to hear it. But then, on the road in Lothian, we find Saint Lorna of Selkirk. That's not her. But this is heterodox. This is not a real saint. But do want to keep the local countess happy? Probably so. I'm just going to take the neutral option because I don't have enough money to go worship. I believe an appropriate donation for an emperor, it's 2 months' pay. Like buying a diamond ring or something. And we just barely have any cash again. The pig pox is spreading in Worcester. So new pox. Once again, won't get to the capital probably. Along the road, we have found a person stuck in his armor. I will consider the armor gone for 30 bucks. We are richer than we have been in a long time. The pig pox is spreading so quickly. More diseases. It's only a minor one. It is a pox. Didn't we just get rid of a plague? Yeah. As I said on yesterday's stream, it seems that plagues happened really, really, really regularly in medieval times during tournaments. I have no idea if this is intended or if something is mistuned, but yeah, it seems like plagues are a constant feature of the game now, especially as you have larger territory. Right? When we were just Scotland, they happen infrequently, but now holding all of the Isles is definitely worse than previously. Oh yeah, people definitely get sick. There's a difference between getting sick and having plagues run throughout everywhere. I don't know what's the definition of a plague. I need someone who works in public health. Well, Elizabeth of Normandy, the some relation to Duke Ralph. I don't know who she is, but Elizabeth of Normandy is being celebrated. Dover is to be Elizabeth's final resting place, and I'm greeted by the magnanimous Duke Ralph of Kent. I'm not going to figure out the relationship without doing a lot of hunting. Who knows? My last chance to... This is my last chance to... I wonder if this is what the game does if you have no relationship at all with the person under consideration. My last chance to... I'll never forget her. Boo-hoo-hoo! Boo-hoo-hoo! We're having a rough time here. Hope that rough time lowers our stress a little bit. Alright. So, Lubeck, and then through the HRE next. We captured some children. Sorry, a very old man. Still a children of the Lord. Unfortunately, he's nothing to me. I'll invite him to join our court. He's a physician, at least. And maybe he can do some fine job. Alright, once again, the pig pox is expanding. Luckily, our particular highway here is not affecting it. Also, you know what? We could head over and visit Salisbury here to see Stonehenge. We could also go up through Wales and get so much martial experience, except for the part where this is a tremendous plague right now. On the way back, we make a slight turn to Wigton to pick up martial experience, and the same across those. Yeah, let me change my route slightly on the walk home. We will not be going into the horror that is Wales, unless it stops between now and then. But a few quick stops will be a nice thing. Good. My caravan master makes some changes while we're waiting on the disease to abate. 3 more months. Hey, we learned about arch saddles. Move faster on the world map now. Our armies move quicker. Which technology are we focused on now? So I think I was intentionally doing arch saddles. There are 2 more ready in the early medieval period. One is horseshoes. That's moving faster, sorry. Arch saddles is we can have lancers as knights if we want to, and better men-at-arms, the armored horsemen. I want to stay in horseshoes to get the army movement speed. I'm then going to go high medieval because I do not care about communal government at all. Our development is so low. One of the greats! At a feasting table, Mayor Edward will not eat the food. Instead, he wants to pour out a drink for the deceased. We say a little prayer. We don't involve ourselves in weird gestures of wasting wine. Instead, we have a prayer and lower our stress a little bit. The papal credit card is ready. 803 money. It's good to be the emperor. Thank you for your generosity to the ongoing plight of the Scottish. He's considered it and decided to grant the request. His funds help you spread the true faith in your lands. I'm working on it, I swear. Look at our money. There's nothing better in the world than the papal credit card. Well, I promise I'm going to try to get rid of insularism and make it fully Catholic. That's my pledge to you, Pope Guy. I'm also going to use this money to buy some new buildings, surely. So, first things first. Can Edinburgh get some upgrades? It can. We could make the ducal burial site. This is the game's new legend spread plus disease resistance building. I'm going to go ahead and construct that one. A vast burial site is full of plots for common graves and a few small mausoleums for the important figures. Then the other upgrades here. Oh, you can only build one thing at a time, of course. Let's build up London as well. That's inside of Middlesex. Give them more money, more good. And I'll save the rest of my cash for the moment in case we need to go on another stress-removing event. Or maybe a pilgrimage. Maybe a pilgrimage to Canterbury. We are right now. Oh, I'm thinking about Elizabeth, a legendary cousin. We saw her one time. Long ago. It feels good to weep. I don't think we've ever met this person. I burned 1,000 people to get through that. But if I'm going to help out our friends down here, I gotta get margin. So hold down shift to go by a particular path. Cut through poor France is involved in a second war. Soon we will arrive. We'll get to the border and then... Oh, shoot. I misclicked and got rid of all my hard work. One more time. Over the border, into France, and go to this area, no attrition. Cool. Off they go. We captured a countess, a little baby countess, who has 7 money. Brutal. Currently making 1.3 a month, so we could wait. I don't want to deal with her. Also captured a marshal named Hjalmar. He's nobody special, so we'll just ask him to join our court. Good to good. And then... Earl Edward goes on and on about how great family is. And that's how we salvage the mess. Are you sure you're not boring me? I look pretty bored. No, go on. Or talk more about you instead. I do not care about this man, so instead, we'll enjoy our interesting conversation. Good. Good. He is free. He's part of our court. Now that we're properly positive in cash again, it is time for us to fill out the other court positions. Need an antiquarian. Everyone's terrible. Need a food taster. A 72-year-old man's going to be amazing. Architect for faster building, yes. A couple of bodyguards hanging out and keeping the king safe. And then we have no poets, unfortunately. We need a court poet to spread the good news and help make items. We still have almost no items at all. We got to get some items. I believe the king just has a chess piece. It's absolute garbage. All right. The grief of the cousin. my host, Duke Ralph, weeps freely, talking about the deceased. She's no one to me, but a lot to him. We nod along nicely. We're now at only 102 stress. If I can burn off 2 more, I'll be very, very pleased. All eyes fall upon Mare Mahut of Malden as she falls to the ground in lamentation, hands coating her eyes. She's gasping and choking, and it's terrible. I could make a big deal and say I'm the king here, but instead we'll have a little cry, burn off 35 stress. We're now down to stress level 0. No more mental breaks for a while. So I was barely positive on money for a while there, like plus 0.5. Something changed. Probably a vassal became less positive with me. We gave people jobs, but it shouldn't have been near that much money. The one moment. I and the other mourners take a reprieve from the grief to enjoy a bunch of food. She once again says, let's pour out our wine. All right, we pour out the wine. So how are the vassals feeling right now? They're giving some money. Not near as much as they could give me. So time to do a little bit of swaying and make these folks like us more. Yeah, the Queen of Ireland's the big problem. Yeah, she wants Ulster. I don't personally hold Ulster. Oh, it's held by who? How about the Duke of Northumbria, who doesn't like us very much? I might try to help her later, but I'm okay with her disliking me as long as the largest vassal is largely cool. She's largely cool. We'll be fine. Alright, funeral dust to dust. We commit Elizabeth to the grave. We think about her never again. I mean, every single day we think about her. Good old Elizabeth, what's her name? Now, we have enough money now to build one more building and still have enough cash to hold on to our positive economy. Down here in Colchester, we already have a hide tent and a crop field. I think I have an undeployed pikeman group. Nope, they're all deployed actually. Are any of them stationed down here in Essex? Yes, one is. So we already have a bonus to archers there for some reason. Oh, that's the archer group, sorry. So we have a bonus to archer groups there already. If I build a bloomery next, that will give a bonus to any men-at-arms there, and also give a bonus to taxes here. So we'll hit that one for now. Okay. We are heading home once more. Fantastic. We're still marching all the way to France. We're at 164 food, so still enough to get all the way across. We might stop in France and try to fill up our food. We'll see. While traveling along, we discover that chivalry is alive and well. While traveling through Rochester, we run into some English knights. They're deeply respectful and apparently huge lovers of poetry as they insist on reciting it at every chance they get. The code of conduct they follow has several merits, and I can't help but to admire it. One of the knights, Edmund, is particularly impressive. So we can take the tradition home, making chivalry cheaper, or try to be more personally chivalrous. We'll do that. We're better diplomats. We've learned a lesson. But then, while traversing the plains on the outskirts of Rochester, we're suddenly attacked by a swarm of bandit riders out for blood. We're close to holding. Surely Mayor Baldric will send some help. As time drags on and we are chased by the scoundrels, for the longest avoiding battle, it becomes painfully clear that no help is coming. How could a ruler let malicious riders like these inhabit his borders? My knight Halstein rides up next to me, a solemn look in his eyes. We both know the tactic we've practiced in the past. We can order Halstein forward, he will die, but we will live. Or we stand and fight. We have a 40% chance of just dying. This is because the king is not especially good at fighting. Halstein, you've served us well. You are the bodyguard. Guard with your body. I'll remember if you ever Halstein. I wish I could posthumously give you your own family, but nope. Let's pour one out for Halstein. Poor buddy. Poor buddy, poor buddy, poor buddy. Feels bad. Feels bad. We have another bodyguard to help us with that in the future, but He chose the position knowing full well what should have happened. We gained a hook here on the Countess Sibra. I don't know why that is. I could take all of her money to pay it off. She's currently losing money, so yeah. I'll take all your money now while you still have money. Bah ha ha, good to be the king. I think my justification for almost every decision in this game is bah ha ha, it's good to be the king. And I'm okay with that. That seems like a good thing to say. We're again hitting a number of military locations. So my king's gains some military XP. Martial rather, which he's not studying. But it'll still be nice to have that available. A duel has been demanded. Alan of Cumberland wishes to fight me. He's a 17. So, I can send my caravan master out to fight him. He will probably lose. If I fight, I will almost certainly lose. Probably better just run him over. Out of my way. But then, Vorslava, a guest, jumped out holding a plant. She wants to eat this random plant. I don't know who she is, so I let her eat the plant. Causes a painful stomach ache. These random people with their random desires to eat random things. That said, we've made it home, thank goodness. So, now home. Our stress is low enough it's not an issue. I can pardon a countess. What did she do? Publicly known fornicator. By forgiving her, we burn off more stress because we're a forgiving person. Cool. Glad to see that. Alright. We are almost there. So close. The Danish army has gotten somewhat larger. I need to have... I can probably take it solo. Especially if I use my best fighting commander instead of my sieging commander. But the way we can help right now is to go straight into Bordeaux and capture the Kingdom of Navarre's holding there. And then I might pivot over to try to fight off the Danish king. But then, Gloucester has taken the pigpox. Poor friends. My guest William informed that trade is terrible there. He blames the plague on bad air, wants to plant a whole bunch of lavender. It's more money than I have. I don't care about that. Hopefully the poor peasants don't die too much, but if they do, it was their choice to live there. Surely, surely, surely. Don't call me Shirley. Huh, wasn't it the case that once upon a time the greedy lifestyle trait gave plus 10 money instead of only plus 5? Say plus 10%? Not sure. But Justice Finagula has been spending time with my Chancellor, and the Chancellor has impressed her. That is good. So one of our mid-sized vassals is very loyal all the way. She'll never break off while she loves me so much. We're not currently pushing for a legend. And so we could start pushing our legend, asking her to help us. This new countess, the fornicator, has come forward to pledge submission. She did not bring me money, but that's okay. What has the Emperor need for your money? Unfortunately, the vermin have infested granaries in the earldom of Hertfordshire, destroying the seed crop. The free tenants have come asking for aid. The farmers will ultimately be forced to accept whatever I offer them. So I could order them to become my serfs. It caused me big angry for forcing them into nigh slavery. I can have my patriarch give them tasty food, or make the priest do so. Bordeaux has been taken. France is spread out now. I want to go uncap. No, that's actually France's capped Aegon. That's not Denmark. So I want to move south now to try to support the French armies and just see if the Danes come. The Danes have moved in response to my moving. So I believe I'm strong enough to fight them. Again, especially if I go to my top commander. Oh, interestingly, the logistician here has gained a point in Marshall. And so because of that, he is now... he's now the best commander. Haldimor here, though, is an acclaimed knight. So I want him fighting as a knight. So I'm going to leave us just as is. Forward! Okay. Our court musician has gained the measles. Again, I love the balding now in this game. I love that men with their beautiful long locks of hair Just mean a little bit of balding on top. I wonder if I can order him to change his hairstyle. I cannot. He's at my court in Blé? That's not my court. Oh, so he's not at my court. He's actually fighting in my army. I think if he were actually at the court, I could make him change his hairstyle. I can do it right here, actually. So, we can order him to cut his hair to the delightful bald. The epic dreadlocks. Where is straight bald? No hair. There we go. Alright. The man deals with his balding by removing all the hair. Maybe I should make all of my knights fight with no hair. The beating! What on earth happened to my son? He's bruised. He's beaten. He still has consumption. Did an older child fight him? Was it a noble? If so much as a pin drop, Mimi runs to safety. The poor boy lives in constant fear. We cannot have a coward as a king. So, shy or paranoid. These are all terrible. Craven or shy or paranoid. Gosh, I hope he dies of consumption. You can be a coward, fine. Can't change the kid from what he is. Here's the battle. Hey! My commander died. How did my commander die in that battle? I don't think he died of being stabbed. I think he died for reasons unrelated to the battle. That is so unfortunate. We were winning that in overwhelming ways, and then suddenly the commander died. What was his name? I want to find him. I can't believe I lost that. Well, whichever way, that's unfortunate. Alright, so at least we got another point in stewardship. Hey, we're architects. Buildings are big cheap now. Is there anything I want to do in this tree? We're so high in domain size now that we do not need to be in stewardship. I could move to money. Money's what I love. But then we stay in stewardship. Currently, I'm preparing to fight Denmark and Norway in the north. So Marshall could be useful. How old's the king, though? 41. That's more years ahead of him. I'm going to stay in stewardship. I'm going to go to the income one, though. Cool. More money coming in. I cannot believe my commander died for non-battle related reasons. How embarrassing. So I'm now weak enough because of that loss that there is a possibility of my vassals noticing I'm weak, which means I should probably just go home. And yet, I feel bad abandoning the French, but they're getting rocked on their own. All right, we've made our contribution here. We're going home. Sorry, France. So France is not going to lose any territory. They're just not being able to hold on to it. God be praised. Our son is over the consumption. God be praised. Alright, kiddo. Not sure what I'm going to do with you. There's an uprising in Upperland. Lollards have announced they don't believe in true Catholicism. The Holy Bible is the only source of doctrine. The papacy is illegitimate. Yeah. There it is. We also have a little bit of the local pagan religion around still. Earlier there was there's still heresies in the middle of France as well. A shadow over Essex. Nemurian boils have popped up to replace the last disease. It looks like every time we lose a disease inside the Empire, a new one pops up immediately. Give me the physician! We must fight off this disease. The dim flickering lights in Sophie's infirmary, she still has consumption. Look through the disease. It's not too severe. Minor approach, gonna be fine. Again, the capital's in the north, so we're gonna be okay, but that's annoying. Hey, despite having consumption, the doctor's done a good job. She's breathing heavily, it sounds very moist inside, but she's gonna be alright. Hey, Nafire, when you take over all of Europe, the plagues happen constantly. Yeah, like I said earlier, my suspicion is it can be really annoying if there's going to be plagues constantly. I'm really hopeful that the devs weaken plagues a little bit, because they are super fun initially and then kind of just too much. I think in CK2 was not absolutely constant when the Reapers do and so on. Right. Our largest vassal now likes us very well. So, on down to Northumbria now. Second size vassal has his own problems. Notably wants to be in the council. Notably is angry I used the papal credit card. Don't you worry, buddy. We're gonna sway this thing. You're gonna like me fine once I explain to you why the Pope loves me so much. Speaking of love, our economy's up to almost plus 30 right now. So, it's time to build more economy in Bedford. Bedford, let's give you your precious what? You already have your farms, so I'll give you your hunting grounds also. Good. Got a message here about a hunt to go to. Absolutely. The person's in a good mood. Where is the hunt? Okay, down into not yet diseased territories. It is the case that their disease is here. I'm sure we'll be fine. So, I'm going to customize the route so we hit all of the interesting locations inside of Wales after we've gone to our hunt. Now, with that said, there's a possibility of the diseases getting here by the time we're done. Gotta stop by Wrexham, surely. That's in the north. I'll click on to Salisbury, but I think that's enough for right now. Cool. Need to get someone to look after us, some guards. The guards actually only lowered the dangers to middle dangers. I'm going to hire instead a mountaineer. Makes it better. Alright, also, our wife is no longer sick, so none of our immediate family died in that. Also, because I was unpaused while setting up my travel, I'm now too late to get there. Ugh, such annoyance. Such annoyance. Alright, the Prince Marmalade of Scotland or half-brother wants an alliance. No, Marmalade. You stay the way you are. Negative 100 on the French war. It should resolve very soon. That's okay. There it resolves. We still showed up and helped, though. The King of France had to give 1,300 money to the King of Navarre. Oh boy. If ever wants to attack France, now would be the time to do it, but I have no particular reason to do so currently. Denmark is weakened from their prior war. You have allies, though. Navarre, Norway, Iceland. No longer in alliance with Sweden, but I believe that Norway is now the major power up this way. Sweden's actually a little stronger still, partially because they have a giant poet as the king. Giant poet. I love it. Absolutely love it. The Duke wants me to go to a feast. Feast in Sir Gerfin. Gerferdin. Sure, that's right. The name of the lordship is. I will go there. This is Welsh. So once again, this time I'm paused, don't worry. We will visit on the way back all these lovely places. So much clicking. Okay, that will hit them all. We're going to hire some guards also. There's one major danger on the way. It's right here in this forest. No sheriffs, bad control, etc. So I'm going to change my route just slightly. So after we've gone the first way in, we cut through here. On the way back, we first cut through here. Oops, wrong one. We first cut through here also. My mistake. My mistake. Alright, so from Lothian, we cut through here, and then through here. Safety. Same thing here, go to here, and there also. We've avoided the worst situation now. We're gonna be okay. Alright, to the feast! A fresh start. My king's been going on lots of adventures recently, but he does not yet have the wandering perk. Hope we'll get that soon. Someone's waiting in the royal court for me. Unfortunately, we're not home, so we can't talk with them. Hopefully they're there when we get back soon. Edinburgh gets no more buildings. We can now upgrade our hospices from sick houses to infirmaries. In times of plague, the infirmaries offer a second chance to poor afflicted victims, presuming they make it there in time. I'm sure they will. Don't you worry. Our son appears to be having a fairly good education also. Despite his other problems, beautiful hair, he's gonna be good. We gotta find him a partner pretty soon. Oh, he's gay. Why can't you be like my brother? Wait. Why can't you be like my brother? Basically have a million very amazing children. But no, this might be a challenging king to play as. We'll figure it out eventually. Arabo, the courtier and caravan master, doesn't want us passing over any ants. Absolutely not. We continue on. Gotta get there on time. Unfortunately, we're a little late, a little slow now. Too bad. But we're walking amongst the hills. The darkness comes suddenly, brought by dark clouds above us. There's a distant loud rumble of thunder, then another, combined with dazing flash of light. After another strike, brightly illuminated the area, the afterimage burned to my eyes. I blink and see where lightning struck. Now it's all on fire. So we can run away. Hjalmar, my bodyguard, might get injured in the process, or order him to put out the fire. I may also get wounded. We run away. Hjalmar got away safely also. Thank you very much, bodyguard guy. While walking along, we find the pastures of Cerdigion looking great. The livestock are jumping and cheering. The cows are happy cows. The place is competently run. There's some oddities, though. The patriarch comes to ask, are my beauties not a beautiful sight to behold? I can bring this knowledge home, guaranteed to have better pastures. So our capital gets incredibly good building time and more money in the capital. Even though this is stressful, I'm absolutely saying yes. Absolutely. All right. The servants run across the hall bringing decorations. We're waiting for the rest of the folks to arrive for us to have a lovely feast. 1 day to go. I'm locked into recreation. I want to change that right quick. And the reason why is because we're at 0 stress. So, let's make a friend while we're here. Big Vassal doesn't like me very much. We'll try to make friends with him. Pulling in 31 money a month. So how much per month is it to begin our new legend? The legend of the Egyptian Scots. 8 money a month. A decent amount. But we will be starting this when we have 500 money to do so. Gonna be good. We sit down and have a great conversation with Duke Wolfhelm. This is the guy we're trying to become friends with. We speak in a lot. We had a good time. We're on the path to friendship. But friends, it's been another hour since the last ad break. We're gonna take 3 minutes now to watch a quick little series of ads. While you all are doing that, I'm gonna do the crossword. I realize when I say that we're going to watch the ads, it sounds like I'm actually pulling up YouTube and just playing ads. Like, look at this ad from Pepsi. Isn't Pepsi great? Instead, the ad for the New Yorker crossword puzzle. Alright. A beam of sunlight, surely a ray. What is anger? Anger is ire, probably. Musical groups that do a lot of improvising, like jazz bands, do a lot of improvising. Rap bands would also. I'm not sure a rap band is a thing. I'm not sure. Not sure. Will do. Okay, sure, whatever. Inside the NBA, analyst Shaquille O'Neal, of course. A fan who might collect posters. Trying to think of kinds of fans other than just people who are into something. And then also posters in ways other than just pictures on the wall. You can tell my educator because while you all do this, I'm doing the crossword. So yesterday I had my students. Yesterday I was giving a lecture, and I suddenly needed to use the restroom. Like, it wasn't essential, immediate, but it was like, I want to use the restroom. And without any planning, I came up very quickly with a topic. I said, students, take a few minutes to discuss what I've just said. Think about this question while you do so. And they started talking, and I went to the bathroom. I just didn't feel like talking anymore. So I used the restroom. It was nice. Got myself a glass of water. All good. This is how I teach. Absolutely. Time window preposition. Until, possibly? Not sure that's right. We'll see. Wait. Can we rewind? What was that? Repeat yourself? Not sure. Fuzzy Biscuit, you're probably right. That says, it says on the screen here, please don't help me. I wish to remain helpless. But it probably is a jam band like Fish or the Grateful Dead or something. You're probably right. Member of an Afrocentric religion is a Rastafarianism. A labor union whose logo features horses named Thunder and Lightning. Is that the Teamsters? It might be the Teamsters. I'm not sure on that, though. To the Downs. Reception hosts for short, the MCs. Star Trek character Captain Jean-Luc Picard, the USS Enterprise. That said, what on earth is... what on earth is abbreviated street name starts with ML? Well, Jean-Luc is surely right, so MCs must be incorrect. SpongeBob SquarePants Restaurant. The Krabby Patty, I believe. Or the Chum Buckets? Okay, crab at the end seems right. So it's not the Krabby Patty. I've seen the musical for SpongeBob, but I've never actually seen the show. So not sure. Jack's fellow hill climber, Jack and Jill, went up the hill to fetch a pail of water. Persuaded to participate despite a lack of enthusiasm. Talked into, probably. Not gonna fit. Roped in instead. Roped in. Youth protest. I don't wanna. I'm not interested. Not today. Not sure. How was the musical? I really enjoyed it. I mean, I like musicals a lot. The songs are delightful. The actual story of the SpongeBob musical is kind of lacking. It's predictable in some way. But the songs are delightful. It starts with a song called The Bikini Bottom Day. And they sing about how great it is to live in Bikini Bottom. It's fun. It's fun. Baton Rouge School is LSU, Louisiana State. Jumping ability in basketball lingo. Do you have them hops? Or I thought it was called ups, maybe. I have no idea what basketball lingo is. I apologize. Sleeper's Vision. Sleeper's Vision, a dream, of course. I'm going to do these last few downs here, and then we're going to get back to the game. You're wondering if I've seen the musical Shucked. So that came out after we came to Japan, and Shucked has not yet toured Japan because it's a whole bunch of corn-based puns in English. I don't think it would translate well. That said, it looks interesting. He sat in for Tina Shi. I have no idea who that is. Astronomer's instrument. Well, it's really a telescope. Bakery fixtures and oven. Call from a DMV clerk. Next. Time periods or eras. And that's enough for now. Cool. No doubt we'll finish one today. It's only 11 o'clock my time. We got at least 2 more hours of stream, possibly even 3 hours of stream. So, as we get back to the game, I'll say thank you for being here. I hope you're enjoying yourself. Thank you to all those new followers, new subscribers, old subscribers, lurkers, viewers, whatever you do. It's nice hanging out with you on this lovely Scotlandish day, for sure, for sure. All right. Maybe 3 hours more? Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Depends on how I'm feeling at normal stream ending time. Today I do need to carry my finished Japanese tax forms over to the Japanese tax office. They're due in tomorrow. But yeah, I'll walk them over today for sure. You see us prof. Do we have spring break here? We do not have spring break. No. The Japanese school year is slightly different. And so spring break is not done here at all. That's how it goes. It's taken much of the evening getting close to Duke Wolfhelm. The best friendships are natural. There's gotta be spontaneous. He dabs his mouth with a corner of soiled tablecloth, brushing away crumbs of flaky pastry. I hope the next course is lighter, he opines. The whole point of the feast is to provide a rich, varied culinary experience. So far it's felt like it's trying to stuff us. I could say, sadly, a poor choice. We might become friends, loudly sing the meal's praises. Why is that in quotation marks? All the other ones have no quote marks. Is this one you actually say, loudly sing the meal's praises? Dear Paradox, please hire an editor, or change the subject. I will go ahead and charm him. I'm fun, but not that fun. So he doesn't want my friend. Very, very sad. Duke Gurston announces a slight delay to serving the food, and Adam is so frustrated. In between grumbles from the stomach, I hear only grumbles of displeasure. We can make fun of him, or beg for my food. We make fun of him. We're courteous and polite people like us. The pleading glaze I received from my caravan leader, Jordan Beckett, is taking on a desperate tone. A group of guests are approaching the corner he's hidden all evening, and the walls are hindering his escape. My caravan master is acting in a terrible way. He's shy. He wants to be left alone. So I'll distract them and help him out. I don't want anyone to feel embarrassed or ashamed of the feast. How can this, Oh, it's this one. Feast, a toast to, ... Mayor Pandoff. If there were just an exclamation point here or any other mark of punctuation, it wouldn't look quite so strange. The event just reads, Mayor Pandoff. It's a decent speech. A bit long-winded, but it's how these things go. The assembled guests clap and whoop politely when it's finished, some more enthusiastically than others. Alright, the honored guest, Mayor Pandoff. We can say here, here, or I can be rude about it. No, here, here. We like the feast, we're having a good time. Almost time to go home, though. Daylight pours in, it's time to go home. We didn't make any friends, we had a good time. We're on the way to being an eager reveler. As the feast ends, I find myself planning the next. I've become an eager reveler. Didn't we stop drinking? Isn't this the king who was a drunkard, but convinced himself to stop? That's not notable enough for us to remember, unfortunately. Well, apparently at the age of 43, we get back into our cups again. This time more responsibly than ever before. My lord, the Welsh are trying to teach me about poetry. So we are also a poet. So you can learn more about poetry, or I can give him a poem in response. Dear poet, sign in. You thought your message was fine-in. Unfortunately, it was not, you stupid sot. Perfect! Beautiful poem. Well done. With the money we're pulling in right now, we're able to potentially build up our men-at-arms, and we should do that. That said, we have enough money now to begin our legend. I'm going to do that first, then I'm going to build up the men-at-arms. At this point, I'm not worried about any of my vassals, but as they continue to develop their counties, they may become problematic. We can have so many more men-at-arms right now. While traveling through Worcester, we see that every crop in bloom, every leaf green, everything's luscious and good. I find Master William the Green. I ask him, how does he grow his garden? And he teaches me the glory that is fertilizer. We now know a lot more about nature. Also, our infirmaries are built in our capital. Also, we get a new perk. And so. Which is more important right now? I think Avaricious is better. Just more money for more buildings to make things nice for the next king, who is terrible. So, detailed ledgers are not useful. We have no Republican vassals. We'll need to take it at some point. My domain. We can extort subjects. I don't care for that at all. But the next one down, higher stress equals more money. We'll start pushing our stress a little bit. For now, though, I'll just take more income at war. Because we are going to fight the Danes someday soon. The Danes lost their alliance with the HRE. They now only have the one with Norway. Norway is still the big bopper up here. They also have one with Navarra in the south. So truthfully, if I want to go to war with Denmark, I probably need to occupy the intended target and their capital. If we pull both those off, we'd win the war fairly quickly. But I want to wait till they're a bit weaker or I'm a bit stronger. That said, we are up to 12,000. Yeah, once I get my men-at-arms sorted out, we have a stronger base of the army, I then will fight Denmark. But now, it is time to push our claim that we, the Scots, have come from Egypt. We begin this thing right now. If we succeed in this, we have a chance of a legendary statue. We can launch a legendary adventure, allowing you to abandon your realm and start a new life in a distant kingdom. We could potentially legendary adventure to Egypt and take that over. Or mythical. We have access to local submission, allowing you to subjugate any nearby realm. Really, any? Can I order France to subjugate? That'd be very, very silly. Here we go. Emperor Dugald of Scotlandia was born to a great ancient Egyptian lineage to rule the Kingdom of Scotland, as his forebears would have. Upon hearing vague rumors that plagued the land, Dugald set his heart to accomplish the difficult endeavor. Dugald's legend culminates in a marvelous adventure. His great deeds of arms were such that all kings had wonder thereof, and many nobles came to see the flesh in the legend. However, this is not the end of the tale. When Dugald made his way home, he fought off the evildoers. With tremendous labor, Emperor Dugald of Scotlandia worked tirelessly to turn the Kingdom of Scotland into a vision of ancient Egyptian perfection. Thanks only to the legendary deeds of Dugald, the people of the Kingdom of Scotland crowd in pride of their ancient Egyptian roots. Alright, we need to get 100 baronies to believe in this. And I believe that, that counties can believe more than one thing. So even though all these counties are currently showing belief in the great deed of the prior king, we now have belief in Egypt too. We're taking over bits of France piece by piece. There's no way the Earl of Devon fought against France to take that. It must have been the inheritance, probably. Yeah, his mother was Duchess of Normandy. Benjamin, actually both. So we the Pharaoh achievement we're going for, you begin as a Scottish character and successfully claim that you're actually Egyptian. So we do intend to hold the Faroe Islands as well as be the Pharaoh of Scotland. It's an achievement called something involving both Pharaoh and Pharaoh. It's a very clever achievement we're going for. But good to see it for sure. Saving the money. The papal credit card returns once more. 970 money to help the Christian king of Scotland. It is way too much money. Alright, we have a Harefoot, which is not in good shape. I am currently using it. It gives a little prestige, sure may as well. What I really need, though, are some clothes to wear. What I really need is an antiquarian to begin helping me with this. So, we have a terrible, terrible quality antiquarian. You will be fine. I then need to use the decision. Oh, what's the commission legend artifact? This is the new one. It's a book. We do need one more book. Unfortunately, it's the antiquarian or the court chronicler. The antiquarian is terrible. The court chronicler is average ability. Is someone better here? We only have average. So it's 800 money to legendary book. The Pope's money become books. My antiquarian Arabo greets me with a pleased smile. His reading lamp is almost run out of oil. My lord, he says, as he puts down a beautifully ornated book. We've made sure of keeping track of every little thing, every deed, every battle, every adventure, and every romance. All of it recorded for the ages. This is wonderful. The quality of the antiquarian does not affect the outcome, because it's a beautiful purple book. More diplomacy, more stewardship, and free renown every month. How delightful is that? I was worried it'd be 800 money for possibly a good book, but it's 800 for a very good book. So, our second book goes out. What a very, very good book. That's amazing. So 6 stats and renown. Awesome. Plenty of money to keep building. As I said, though, I want to begin building up my men-at-arms levy some more. We'll probably get some armored knights as well. Oh boy, lots of things popping up all at once. Number 1. As I promenade down the stairs and across the courtyard, I reach the corridors where my servants watch the children. It's not them I find, but instead my caravan master / master of the hunt / knight, Yeez. His voice reaches me loud and clear. What has Emperor Dugald done anyway? Was there any of us there to see his so-called legend he proudly makes us sing now? I can say you there and order him to follow the legend. He apologizes and does so. But then, my beautiful wife comes forward, saying it sure reminds me of the day fate decided to start your legend. Do you remember how benevolent you were, attending a peasant's desperate pleas? She says while she winks. I can say, gosh, I am pious, or I don't care. Gosh, I am pious. My piety's impressive. We now have a little bit more in our legend. The chapter has changed. Our legend says, when a tearful, desperate, poor peasant requests an audience with him, the pious Dugald could not leave his plans unattended and quickly set on an adventure. Nice. We're a good guy. We're a real good guy. My son Meanie has been asking for a toy boat for a long time. I told him if he focused on his studies for 3 months, I'd buy him one. He's been redoubling his efforts of studying. So we can make him trusting just like us. I can make him content, or instead make him fickle, flexible through and through. I would never deceive you. Our king is going to be trusting and craven, and we'll see what else. Not so good. Not so good. Alright, we want to build these up now. Cool. A friend named Fittagula the Compassionate spreading my legend. Good. The sun shines brightly down in Lothian as Sophia and I wander the bustling streets. It's a fine settlement. A very fine settlement indeed, I think. Looking around the intricate masonry and the arch we pass, Sophie catches my glance. It's a credit to these people's forebears they created this place. So much so, they forgot whether they even did it. How was it made? Is it aliens? Or is it Egyptian? Bum, bum, bum. Surely Egyptian. Surely, surely. We're going to finish our mangonel stack. Finish our archer stack once we have the money for it. Alright. The Earl of Sabel has brought me 50 money in submission. We thank you. We thank you. At this point, I'm actively swaying one of my dukes. Once that fires in 3 months from now, I realize my king should probably learn some other languages. There are a number of languages common inside of the the realm that we don't speak, it'd be nice to fix that to make people feel like we actually care about them. Not that we do care about them, merely feel like they care about them. This is Matilda. She's a free tenant. She wants to use the profits to buy some of my land. Absolutely not. That said, you can join my court anyway with your very high stewardship. Let's find you a spouse. It's a giant. Not a giant, it's a very strong man. Alright. We're going to marry matrilineally. The strong man will come to my court. And then we have a big old strong man and someone intelligent, creating this super vassal, hopefully. The Mordom of Moray has gotten horrible, horrible suffering. Their clothes are stained deep red on the rear, and they clutch their stomachs as if to stop them from falling out. The bloody flux is upon us this day. It is patients affected with sanguine excretions like I've never seen before. This plague can destabilize the entire realm. Time for desperate treatment of all the people. Oh boy, this is a pretty bad one. It's already all throughout Iceland. It's over here. That's pigpox, actually. So it just came from Iceland down this way. It's inhabiting the ports. Luckily, our radical measures damage the economy, but might slow down this terrible, terrible major plague. It's spreading. It's spreading. So what's my northernmost holding? Edinburgh does have the upgraded hospitals already. Linlithgow does not. I can almost afford it. I will build it there, which will hopefully be a bit of a bastion against the diseases coming south. We just finished this swaying. So, do you actually speak a language, man? Anything other than I do? No, his primary language is the same as mine. They have a friend. Let's see what she speaks. Hello to you, Duchess Finguala. Godelic is her main language, so she'll teach me that for sure. Maybe. 50% chance. We're not big smart. Is Bubonic Plague now canon? So Net Griffin, we've not seen Bubonic Plague yet, but yeah, I believe it'll fire in every playthrough now. But yeah, I'm not exactly sure on that. Alright. Desmond has been fully converted to the true faith. Ireland is currently ripped in half by sectarian disagreement. This doesn't seem real to me. Ireland would never have that problem. No, no, no. We'll see how that goes. Alright, my vassal Duke Wolfhem is spreading my good news. We're up to 31 baronies already. Now, King of France, you like me a lot. Would you please spread my legend? Have to be friends or lovers. They had to own a neighboring county. I thought they had to own a neighboring realm. Okay, so maybe I've got to directly touch them. I thought we would there. Anyway, if we become friends, then potentially he'll spread my knowledge. Oh, speaking of which, there's a new element of the game. You can ask your chronicler to go spread it to other courts, which is this here. And that way, perhaps France will decide to spread my legend too. What a grand story it is. King Henri of France would like to play a board game, a game called chess. This man's impressive. He's blind in playing chess. What an amazing memory he must have. Heck yes, let's play chess. I also saw just then, if he loses, he's going to get himself a stress break. His stress level is currently 0 or 1. We'll see what comes of it. King Henri is waiting to begin our chess match. He has a competitive grimace across his face. We're neck and neck. Alright. He is good at diplomacy, especially. What matters here, though, is martial, intrigue, and learning. He's not good at any of them. We are quite good at none of them either. So here comes some savage play. He's countering all of my stratagems. Here comes my learning skill. He's still countering me. But then, we fight fiercely. My techniques foil my opponent. I then attack fiercely again. And we win the game. We win the game of chess. Nice. Hey kids, how you doing? The amount of leaders and heirs you've lost typhus is quite frustrating. Yeah, until you get some plague resistance up and going, there are a lot of deaths from plague. Absolutely all the way. Okay. Big win. I guess we want to play again sometime. He agrees to become my friend. I want him to become my friend. I thought about going into the diplomacy tree to get that. But, he got it the other way. Will you spread my legend? 20% chance of doing so, despite being friends. I can send him some gold. 330 cash and only 60% chance. He's currently in a war. If he's not fighting a war, he's much more likely to do it. So wait till the war is done. Iceland is fighting a de jure war for the Earldom of Buchan. What? So, Buchan is mine. Buchan is mine. So I should be drawn into this war. Oh, Islander. The Isles. Not Islander, Iceland. We're fine. This makes sense again. It's an internal war that the King of France is helping with. That's very strange. Witchery and salvation. What commotion's this? A crowd, led by the baying voices of Aleta, is circling some unfortunate soul. Pushing through, I discover Sophie, my guest. She's a Polican, a heretic. Loudly defending herself, even as Aleta's voice rings out even louder. Furthermore, the moment you stepped outside to gather plants for your so-called craft, the cursed Jarl Thornbjorn's flux started ravaging our lands. You're clearly the cause, you loathsome commoner. They're both commoners. Sophie jabs a finger and fires back as the crowd mutters angrily. This is getting out of hand. So, we can order Sophie to be imprisoned for her witchcraft. Or we can be rational here, maybe settle them down. I can order Leda to stop, or demand that Sophie stop being a witch. Let's be rational here. Let's put on our big boy thinking caps. They ignore me. Sophie's a witch, it's her fault. May I throw her in prison now? Apparently, my being forgiving makes me not want to do that. She dared embarrass me, but this day I will not punish her. I guess. Alright, so county control has been fully repaired in Hertfordshire. So where else do we need to fix control that we personally own? All of Essex is mine, so we'll work on that. The trouble down here is what? It's improving now, so it's probably from me taking over earlier. My patriarch Walter approached me with panic on his face. Emperor Dugald, I bring terrible tidings. It appears that bodies are piling up so quickly across the empire that some have been unable to keep up with the rapid spread, leaving bodies to foul the air with miasma in the middle of the streets. Perhaps we should make use of our burial site to help keep up with the growing pile of bodies. I could say very well. The commoners begin burying that lowers my chance of legend spread. There's a commoner wing in the royal graveyard. Or that site is only for me. Bodies in the street, plague resistance goes down. I care about the legend more than I care about my commoners. It's my graveyard for myself and my family. And maybe you, Bishop Guy, if you know who you should listen to. Terrible, terrible, terrible. We've got stone breaking apart. We'll repair that right quick. Hey, the Prince of Denmark is promoted by legend. So too is the Duke of Kent. Let's see what our legend looks like now. So the yellow is showing who learns about my legend. Over here, the exact same color is being used for the Sons of Lothbrok. Alright, we'll see if it gradually takes over the purple also. Somehow the legend of New Troy is still around. The legend of Troy is a story about the origin of England. Hey, a message from the Count Eustace of Convessi of the HRE. He has learned to speak the Anglic language. I'm going to say good job, buddy. Good job, buddy, indeed. Duke Ralph wants another feast. So Duke Ralph previously invited me down for a funeral. He's called the Spider. Be wary around the court, they say. Wherever you go, you'll find the Spider. So he's obviously very, very tricky. He has no reason to dislike me. In fact, he does not. So we could go to the feast. Because there's infection down that way, I think. There's not. Okay, is there any reason not to go feasting right now? I don't want to launch a war immediately. I mean, I kind of do. Never mind. No feast, thank you. No feast, thank you. Denmark still has the Norwegian alliance, but we are building up our men-at-arms. What matters most of all is pikemen right now, because we're fighting the north here, which is very hilly. A word, my lord! Knight Adam approaches me, a worried look on his face. It's about your legend. The Queen Myrne has been heard doubting it. The court gossip has started to echo her. If you don't stop it in time, I'm afraid every peasant in the realm would believe her. She's very bad at diplomacy, the talking. We're better. So we insist that what we say is true. The people believe me. She's even more embarrassed. Oh, it's terrible. Absolutely terrible. We need to get her to change her religion. I asked a few years ago. In 10 more years, we can ask her to change again. I could just take her title for being a terrible person. Tyranny, just number, etc., etc. That's why we get a Catholicism in Ireland in a hurry. We'll see. The plague has left us. I will try to improve it slightly. The areas was destroyed. It's okay. My soulmate Sophie's voice spins me out of my thoughts, spilling my ink on the floor. What the time I pressed my claim on the Kingdom of England? Yes, indeed. I did indeed take the Kingdom of England. We add it to our legacy. Everyone believes the Sons of Scota. Better legends spread because people remember when we became King of England. While I was at market with Meanie, his attention was caught by a criminal chained in the pillory. Meanie watched for a while. When he did nothing but cough and beg for water, Meanie rolled his eyes and kept on walking. Our boy can become callous. Or arrogance. Or compassionate. Compassion's a virtue, I believe. That said, you're gonna be arrogant, boy. That way he'll spread even more legends of the family more quickly. The court jester is hiding inside of my chest. There's no one here, and suddenly the jester springs out. Beware the ghost of King Robert's chest. I've come to make you laugh. We have a good laugh. We lower our stress. Thank goodness. So archers have a bonus in hills also, and we all will be fighting in hills at least to take Denmark. Isn't this a hill? It's Taiga, never mind. There are hills just to the south of it. How many people believe our legend now? 68 baronies. Getting closer and closer to that 100 we need. My vassal, the Queen Myrne, this is the Irish queen who hates me, has been taken by the Duchess of Lancaster. So earlier someone asked at what point do you begin panicking over the strength of your dukes. If Lancaster takes all of the Irish titles, then I'll be a little worried about her possibly. She's fighting for what though? Just one county. I'm not terribly concerned about that. Now she might go one county at a time and take all of Ireland. That would be a slight concern. Just a little bit. I saw an Aquarian just died. Let's get a new one. Well, terrible. Absolutely terrible. We can wait for now. A figure in the physician's garb appears with a case of tools. My stomach churns. The hammer and pick are shown among them. My lord, I'm a proficient trepanner. Amidst your possessions, spirits swim in your mind, but they do not wish to stay. I can create a path in your brain to set them free. They might even be lurking in a growth in your brain. This is the first event in this king's entire life where the possessed element matters. He is in fact possessed, and this person's waiting to dig out the spirits. So, I can say he's mocking me. I can fetch the chisel and try to get our brain cleansed of all possession. It is possible we'll have a damaged mental faculties, or possibly our body also, or must decline, but maybe the physician could learn something of you. I believe that nothing happened there. We didn't lose possession, but also we don't have a hole in our brain that harms us forever. Thank goodness. The peace and quiet of my study is thoroughly cracked as my wife bursts in, arms encircling an aged vellum. My lord, look what we found, an old manuscript in an ancient language we cannot decipher, but you, maybe you can. Must be a work of our Egyptian ancestors. I could say this is easy to translate were I a scholar. I can try my best, or I can say it's not my ancestor language. If we say that, we get more learning, and other cultures like us more. That could be good for the Irish, but no. I'm gonna try my best. It eludes me. Nothing happens. Oh, here we go. It didn't actually happen immediately. The trepanning of the soul. I'm taken to the study of my physician, Empress Sophie, who Beathan suggests has the talents to assist in our endeavor. As he ties me down to a chair, Sophie hovers behind. Be careful with him. The hammer sends the pick burrowing through my pate, my head parts. At once the gates of my body open. I palpitate, quiver, shudder, and feel my tormenting fires uplifted. Amidst a shower of pain sparks, I emerge in a delightfully calm new world. Our possession is gone. Apparently he hit the right part of the brain to heal us. Fantastic! How do my physician, or I owe you a debt after you find me a cork for the hole. We're freed! It worked! I believe there's a 17% chance of that happening. It worked! Duchess Africa claims to have a claim on the Earldom of Teviotdale? Yeah, certainly not. Good luck, you and your army, etc. The positive outcome, no longer possessed. I feel bad now that I named our son after him being average, namely Meanie, and our brother being named for Marmalade. Love it. Alright. I'm traveling across the plains in Bedford, finding a makeshift stall by the side of the track. A peasant jumps into action, trying to get me to buy a small cross carving. I make them by hand, my lord. Each one takes hours of work. If I buy one, I get an artifact and support local businesses. Unfortunately, this peasant wants more money that we make in a year, or possibly 1 year's of income. This is very silly. So I understand why events scale with your income, but come on. It's a little peasant. If I give her 1 gold, she'll be richer than everyone in the realm except for me. Or I can tear it down and get 175 money. I don't know how gold works in this game. I just want more of it, obviously. Peasants didn't like that at all, but I'm okay. We've yet to have anyone visit us offering to make us items. I don't know if you have to have an antiquarian to make them come. Well, I need some items to wear, so I'm going to get the worst quality of them, just so we have something in the slots. Let's get a crown. It'll probably be very, very, very average, but that's okay. Apparently one of my accolades has fallen off. Alright, my wrong button. Bring back the Shining Star of Scotland. We'll invite someone to take that one over, hopefully. Where was that? Apparently for a moment there was no one around who could take that title, so we could look for someone. But now there's someone somewhere. Anyway, how should we mark our crown? We We can say to our friends, Ralph and Wolfhelm, or to myself, or I don't need dedications. To myself, obviously. Clearly. My counselor Ralph has flagellated himself to death. After he repeatedly invited us to feasts, he couldn't deal with our not coming and beat himself to death. Alright, so the best spy mistress among my vassals hates us. Let's not do that. The Duke of East Anglia will like us enough at 11. There's a mayor who likes me fine with a 20, though. Let's go for that instead. A guest arrives. Would be a good commander. I mean, he's pretty good. It'd be 90 money, though. We don't need more commanders that badly. The Duke Nicholas has started a faction against me. He's the one who wanted to be on the council, so it's just him. It's just him. One moment on that. Let me start building a new building. Edinburgh especially. We can upgrade our farms to instead meadows. Meadows used for grazing and for producing hay also. I love it. Fickle Philip! I bump into my metalsmith, hoping to bring ill news of the splendid crown she'll have ready. I've hit a wall in my work, nothing major. My ideas have gone to ground as the pressure mounts. I need some inspiration. I can take her on a hunt. She'll get stressed out, but 10% chance of doing better. Or tell her real inspiration from within, or to the Great Hall. She might steal an artifact. I'll try my best to impress her. Her muse has died. It goes even slower than before. Oh, muse. Oh, fickle muse. An Earl wants an alliance. For that, we're going to say no. Only one person in the faction still. He has many concerns. His taxes are high. I actually didn't do that. I will lower his taxes just for free to get him to chill a little bit. My court jester says laughter is the best medicine. Have you heard the one about the emperor and the page, my lord? It goes like this. A hilarious bit of laughter. We can laugh so hard that we might die. Only a 1% chance. Always lucky. Whew, alright. I don't know why I even tempt fate. It's very silly. Very silly. Restore Accolades is available again. Someone will come by who will take over the Son of Scotland job. Oh. During a lesson in my daughter's chambers, I noticed a rock she has. It's a modest gemstone giving more learning. I'll let her keep that one, though we're greedy. Is it stream revive to do things that are potentially dangerous? Oh yeah, you gotta keep things lively for folks. You gotta keep the interest up. The best way to do that is say, maybe we'll just die. My precious Gaelic notes are scattered all over the study. The ink-soaked raven is still flapping its wings all over. How did it get in here? Who covered it in ink? A letter for you, my emperor. I turn around and snatch the message from the servant's hand. A real shame what happened to your notes, but look on the bright side. Your writing was already similar to crow's feet. Regard, Princess Marmalade. Sorry, Prince. Princess whatever. He loves me so much. Why is he making fun of me? Our half-brother. So we can go kill him if we want to. But no, I'll just say that was very stressful. Why did you do that? We're now rivals with someone who loves us entirely. That feels like it shouldn't happen. Welp, he's not very good at the stabbing, so probably he will not come after us. That's no good. Papal credit card! Papal credit card back up again! 1,000 money! An account comes to bend the knee. I have too many counts as direct vassals. I should use at least some of this money to create some duchies. Or, we're at 100 baronies. It's time to upgrade this thing. So, from merely a famed legend to an illustrious one instead, our legend doth grow. Soon everyone will know that we walk like Egyptians. Way-oh, way-oh. Also, the Norwegian pox is growing. Close the ports. Please. Okay. I'm going to spend the money to make some duchies down here at least. So, Somerset is part of Wessex. Wessex is rightfully owned by the Earl of Hampshire. I like his outfit very much. Quite red, quite inquisitorial. You, my friend, become that Duke. Good. I'll have a Duchy of Cornwall created also. More taxes, more good. You also gain legitimacy for creating the titles of your realm. That's an addition in this DLC for sure. Okay. There's more in this area I'm going to hold off to right now. My daughter has come of age. She's an irrational grasper. Well. If I can alliance with the HRE, that'd be great. And with Hungary. Tell me about Hungary, please. Hello, Naked Man. Hungary's a pretty strong army. I would like them to come beat up Denmark if necessary. There's also one with Sweden. Wait, 1 second. Sweden and Denmark are no longer allies. The idea of having Sweden turn attack Denmark delights me. So, Prince Brage Torsten of Sweden. One of the younger children of Sweden will probably not inherit. Let's bring these families together. Cool. Now, I believe I also said I want to check and see a good bride for Prince Meany of Scotlandia. So, a daughter of Castile is recommended. That's probably appropriate in terms of legitimacy. Tell me about yourself, darling. She's heterosexual, no modifications to her sexuality, or fertility rather. So no guarantee of kids. There's a medium chance of children. Let's do it. A Castilian bride. I've been trying very hard since this new DLC not to marry the kids off to illegitimate people, to maintain our legitimacy as much as possible, instead of just getting stats queens. It seems to work okay. Sophie says we should add more detail to our Egyptian legacy. A few seeds of conspiracy spring in my mind. I add flamboyant detail to the story. The legend increases. Wahaha. Waiting to hear back from Sweden about the alliance. We already did, actually. So, it is time to free Denmark. Or build one whole man-at-arms regiment. Okay. Armored footmen are good in basically everywhere. The armored horsemen could be good, except for the part where they're not very good in hills up north. That's correct, right? The penalty to... Oh, penalty to winter. Penalty to mountains, hills, etc. So good in the plains of the south. And then to France, probably. But we'll hold off on that for right now. Just get the armored footmen to hang out with us. Come along, all of you. Where do you want to live? So, the best bonus is up at the capital, of course. We're already using that, though. So we'll just throw them in Buckingham for now. And the one thinking about it, let's build in Buckingham. It helps footmen do better. Heavy infantry is the barracks. Cool. You're exactly right, Jaros. Medium fertility is the standard fertility. There is low fertility and also high. So if you marry lustful, you're almost certainly getting kids. My wife is transcribing the book one more time, but I describe it again. This time, though, she mentions, I met a mystical woman in the Baron of Shrewsbury. Did she not come from the waters, give me a sword, and say I am truly Egyptian? Alright, we have a very low chance of lying about this, so nope. I forged that sword myself. Good. So we now need to have a total of 300 baronies believing in this. Up to 125. It's growing. France is still at war, unfortunately, so I can't ask him to spread my my legacy. My vassal Mayor Cassine comes forward, hearing tell of my patronage of Percha the metalsmith. She's trying to make a crown. Please take this and give it to her. 15 money to improve it a little bit. Absolutely. And unfortunately, Edmund, I believe he was my spy master, died in his sleep. What a shame. So, let's try again. The new mayor is 25. Unfortunately, a 17-year-old who can't get out of bed. So I'll have my knight look after us instead. With the men-at-arms built up, we're not pulling in nearly as much money as before. This is actually incredibly good for a random crafter. I was ready to get a common quality. It's an ornate crown of very fine craftsmanship. The crown is forged from bronze and set with pieces of fluorite. Fluorite? Not sure what that is. More prestige, more opinion. That is good enough for a random making it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. So, she's now in my court. And she made a nice thing. But even though she's not very good, she's going to become a crafter to make me more items into the future. She's terrible. Absolutely terrible. But better than nothing at least. And then let's equip our crown. Behold! All the courtiers like us more. We got a little more prestige. That's pretty nice. In a while, we'll probably make some additional items. The White Plague. The White Plague begins in the Barony of Holmwick. Where's that? Where's Holmwick? What's in the Isle of Man? Isle of Man. Just segregate them. Make a military blockade. But no. Okay. Our queen just found us 300 more money. Thank goodness. I retreat to the chambers one night, I'm laying on there to sleep, and then wake up with the sound of metal on stone. My friends, we have met death once more. I must become immortal. Last time we tried to become immortal, God came and talked to us and said, no, it's important you die. And then we died almost immediately thereafter. So, I wonder if it's a hard-coded event where your king just dies immediately. I'm not sure. What I do know, though, is we can go from the infirmaries to tier 4 hospices. Long-term care for those who would otherwise not make it. The chronically ill, the disabled, and even those with demons. Your king loves the demon-possessed as he was one previously. Alright, our stacks are half built up there. I don't want to spend any more money now, because I need to start saving for being raised troops. Learn language. We've been taught a lesson. My court tutor's been trying to help me learn Gaelic. I can give him money to appreciate him, or just say you did a good job. He did a good job. Somehow the plague explodes absolutely everywhere. It's another consumption. A legendary tipple. Sophie continues to jot down more and more tales from our lives, especially pauses. Now, I did hear one interesting story of a certain drinking contest with ogre, of all things. How mightily our hero did to be able to drink a creature at a table. Perhaps a demonstration would let me truly appreciate the feat. I don't know where the tall tale came from, but a certain amount of pride begins to prickle. Friends, you will recall this character used to be a drunkard, so we could get a barrel and prove it with 41% chance of drinking the whole barrel. I insist it happened, or I don't feel well. I insist it happened, and she believed it. Nice, nice, nice. A Sneaky Spudsworth, thanks for the raid. Welcome on in. How's it going? Hope you're having a good one. Hopefully your playthrough is good today. Thank you for bringing your community to say hi to us also. My rival, Prince Marmalade of Scotland, has lost one of his counties. This makes us happy. And so, that means that France is no longer in a war, which means we're now able to ask France to please spread the good word of my legend. He says 80% yes. We ask. He accepts. Alright, so France should soon fully believe in the glory that is my legend. Once again, we meet someone that looks like me. Hey, it's God. Hi, God. He reminds us that mortals die to show us how precious life is. Or I wake up insisting I will live forever. If we do this, we get an existential crisis and no one wants to hear the story anymore. Alright. We met God, allegedly. Surely we'll live forever. This is another one of the disease resistance items. This is one that costs a fair amount of money. Maybe 180 money to keep our character. Yeah. More stress loss. People like us more for keeping the disease away. We're good, thanks. Alright, Denmark. Denmark is fighting a tyranny war internally. It is time. We have an ancestral claim on Denmark if we want to. It's an invasion war. We can seize it de jure, or we can seize it de jure county level. I need the duchy de jure. So, go for that. Men, it is time to go show those Danes what for. It's just this little bit. I don't need all the troops. That's enough. Let's go. Hey, Duchess Emma died of consumption. Hey. The King of Navarra has joined the war also. He's way down here. I can bring Sweden if need be. We'll hold off on that for right now, I guess. We succeeded with a 57% chance. We succeeded in getting ourselves a second language. I feel good about that, and the vassals should too. Now, because France is our friend and is helping us, may we learn the language of the French. We're likely to fail. Try our best, though. Unfortunately, the King of France has died. So, God came and talked to us about death and then killed our best friend. Good. I need to find someone new to speak me his language. Well, the new King of France inherited everything of the old King of France, including my tutelage. Let's see how it goes. King Henri is dead. The alliance with France is over. I'm actually okay with that. That seems like an okay thing. Hey, how's it going, dear boss? A good question. What key do I use to stop the army raise? Awesome question. You hold down control and order them to start moving. Because, yeah, if you have to have them raised the entire time, it's so annoying. Holding down, so if you don't hold down control and order them to move, they wait there until everyone's raised and then they move. If you hold down control and move them, they start moving immediately. It's great, isn't it? That's one of the things I wish the game explained more clearly. It just doesn't, unfortunately. Greetings, my benign liege. The Countess Eleanor owes us more money. She is making a pretty penny. She likes okay. You know what, sure. More taxes! It is the case that our son and the Infanta of Castile are now together. So we have a Castilian baby coming soon. Now, is Navarra sending ships? There they are. They're marching on London, probably. We still have quite a few troops unraised. Unfortunately, they're all levies, so they'll probably just be destroyed unless we're standing on London. Which means it is time to say hello to you. I could just bring Castile in, and they could attack the other Catholics next door. Or Sweden. I'm just gonna call Castile in to prove the betrothal alliance. Please and thanks. Bad air over Carrick. My queen would like to plant a lavender field to help with the awful disease that's happening. It's 380 money for making people like you a little bit more. It's far too expensive. Castile is coming! Hooray. Hooray. Now, I do wonder if Castile will come up here to help, or if they're immediately going to invade Navarra to bring Navarrian troops back home. In just a moment here, though, we'll hold all of the war goal, and with the war goal fully held, we will be able to start taking war score, and that'll be fine. Because the Danes are currently busy with their war internally, their civil war, We could go ahead and send our army down south to fight the Navarians off. Now, with that said, the Danes are currently winning their civil war hardly. With that said, it's been another hour of gameplay since last ad break. It's now noon my time. We'll go ahead and take a 3-minute break for some ads. I'll do some crossword, and then we'll come back and win this war. Thanks for being here. Thanks for hanging out. I believe we're doing some downs. Indeed we are. So 21 down. Parts of necks. It's called neeps. A floral shade of purple. That's lilac. So I said it earlier, this across here could be either idols or lazes. Lazes is correct instead. Okay. Naps. Ooh. Naps with a Z in the middle. Well, that could also be lazes. Also, Canon Abel's brother's name is Seth, actually. I forgot that part. There's no way to have 2 lazes. So compare is lichen. We'll come back to that in a moment. Naps. Oh, isn't napping some kind of like turning stones sharp? It's like striking multiple stones together to sharpen one of them. Maybe. A lack of skill is ineptitude. More orderly is neater. Make circular movements on the dance floor to gyrate. Passive ritual is the satyr. Black Panther protagonist. I think it's T'Challa, pronounced like that, or spelled like that, but I'm not sure that's true. A bashful quality is shyness. Lao Tzu's philosophy is Taoism, of course. Fess up to is probably admit. Oh, that's funny. What is the name of the resistance? The bird pecking Bolsonaro? It's the resistance. So fess up to is indeed admit. Day in French is jour, like soup du jour. Pitch perfect actress is Anna Kendrick. The Queens-based baseball team, the Mets. I didn't know that. Well, yes, I did know that. When I saw Queens there, I was thinking of it's women's baseball, but no, Queens is part of New York. I apologize for my stupidity. A moderate proportion. Moderate proportion. Could be a slice of something. Not sure at all. No kidding. I mean it possibly. Will do here is on it for sure. So no kidding. Not sure. By way of is Wea. Tree with a Douglas species is Douglas fir. iPhone video chats for short. iPhone video chats. Isn't it called FaceTime maybe? No idea. All right. Abbreviated street name in many U.S. cities. I have no idea what this is. So, either something is tremendously wrong in this, or I'm missing something fairly obvious. You know it? Yeah, I appreciate you know it. I have no idea. More peculiar quaintly. Not sure. Meta Werrick Fuller's artwork Talking Skull. Okay. Alexa is the subject of the 2023 FTC complaint. Fine. Conversational detours are what? Side topics. What's the Anna here? He sat in for Tina Shi. I don't know what that means. Surprise response to you already told me this story. I did? There we go. Take a financial hit is when we lose money, so dozes his naps, of course. That's stuff on lazes. A fan who collects posters are movie buffs. Wait, can we rewind? I missed it. What is dad here? Youth protest. But dad? No dad? Etc. Jumping ability in lingo. Jumping ability in basketball lingo. I really thought it was hops or ups or... Is it legs? Oh, I have no idea. No idea. So I want to finish this right now. I'm not sure I can do so. So I want to say reception hosts for short are MCs. But that makes the issue here even worse. Curiouser is right here. So peculiar is curiouser. So the S is right. Sculpture is what this talking skull is. SpongeBob SquarePants restaurant is the Krusty Krab. Oh, MLK Jr. I was trying to make it into one big word. Like it, but Dad is right. So MLK Jr. Boulevard. One's jumping ability is one's vert. I like it. Tangents, what I couldn't think of earlier. A tangent is a conversational due to her. He sat in for Tina She is an anagram. An anagram. There you go. There you go, team. A number of you got this one very, very early. I just could not find it. Oh, of course, MLK Boulevard. Of course, of course. It's always happened when I start thinking like, I start thinking, man, this is a weird word with a lot of letters, supposed to saying it's multiple words. So very good, very good, very good. Thank you for the cheering. Thank you for the believing. Don't stop believing. Hold on to that feeling. People, street signs, whatever it is. What's up, Shen? It's good seeing you, my friend. Shen, how are you enjoying the CK3 DLC that just recently dropped? I have kind of neutral feelings about it. What are you thinking? A 56-year-old possible knight who's very good at marshalling, could command two. You, my friend, must join me at once. Do I have to go in seclusion again? I don't. This man joins the knighthood. I like it. Our siege is nearly finished. We'll then hold all of this. The Danes have stopped fighting their internal war, so they may be coming for me, which to say, hello, Sweden. Sweden, smash the Danes. Thank you. You had to run end this at 10 minutes of gameplay at speed 4 because a cataclysmic plague spawned on your capital. I'm sorry, I shouldn't laugh. That's some very, very unfortunate outcomes. That's horrible. What's the fastest I've ever had a playthrough end in CK3, I wonder? I had one where, like, the king's heir died very unexpectedly, and then the king died almost immediately thereafter. I think that's definitely an unfortunate one, but not that fast, like 10 minutes, that's crazy. You preferred some bug fixes and UI updates? I think many of us want these, but nope, that's how this thing goes. More DLC. But surely the money they get from the DLC will fund the UI improvements, right? Right? God. And he was gallant, she was beautiful, he a hero, she beautiful. Matilda the luthier. That's not a lute. What is this thing called? Like a music box? It's a grinder, I believe. Like, aren't there grinder monkeys that often like dance along with these things? Who knows? It's called a hurdy-gurdy, thank you. The word glockenspiel came to mind first. I knew it wasn't the glockenspiel. That's a ding-ding-ding thing. Hurdy-gurdy is what I was looking for. Thank you very much. Isn't it true the reason for your legend was to impress Percha, our court artificer? No? How dare you, I'm married. Or she is beautiful, or I all did it for myself. We're not arrogant, though. We're nice guys. I'm going to say, I'm married to the queen, my soulmate. Sweden is coming. We captured more folks. We now hold the entire war target. Our friends from the south have come to assist us. They're coming to help us with a siege we don't really need help with. So we'll go ahead and move. Unexpectedly, the army of Navra is moving, having captured nothing. So I'm just going to spread us out to regain food and see who comes where. If they're not capping, there's no point in me going down there at all. They may head for our capital. We still have a bunch of troops who are unraised. So we'll see. What you doing? They're landing there. Okay, because Navra's here and Sweden is coming soon, I will go and just bring these troops down together and see if we can capture them. Their commander is the king himself, actually. So the king himself is a 0 in personal combats and a 7 in martiality. He has only better sieging. That is that. There's siege on the southern shore? I don't think there is. Yeah, that siege is not part of the war I'm involved in. It's some of my vassals playing pretend battle. Playing a fake war. Alright. I remember this day. Seth and Meanie were born to my soulmate Sophie out of wedlock. My serene son. So number one, that's not true. Definitely they didn't have any children until Sophie and Dugald were married, because the twins are the second and third child. And definitely Parchment was part of the marriage here. That said, this sentence upsets me so much. Because it does not take seriously the possibility of twins. I remember the day when my twins, Seth and Meanie, were born to my soulmate Sophie out of wedlock, my serene son. I love it. Memories like these bring me comfort. My poor addled brain needs some positive feelings. No matter what happens, I know my family is there for me, and that House Dunkeld stands strong. Virtuous as a fox, I whisper under my breath. So we can lose some stress from feeling good, or I can give my boy almost all of my money. Let's say no, thank you. It was a nice thought, though. I enjoyed that. I've never played the game Plague Inc. I've never played Plague Inc. I have played, what's it called? Pandemic? That's a board game. Not that. There's some other game in which you, like, have a plague inside of your world, and in that plague, Madagascar often closes its borders early. Whatever game that is, I played and enjoyed. I'm looking for a speedy moving commander. We do have one here, Provost Glenn. So we'll go and grab him, and then once we get closer, we'll change to a better commander. The sound of laughter is ringing down the hallway as court these days. Strange, given the white plague. Walter is laughing because of the advice from the physicians. A laugh is good for your health. If you say it's ridiculous, Walter gains opinion of you. Maybe he actually doubts it anyway. We'll see. Plague Inc. is the game where Madagascar closed off instantly? Okay. I thought there was some other game where you played as the virus. I don't recall what it is, though. Okay, we're fighting in what kind of area? Plains. We don't have a high-level Plains commander. So I'm just grab the guy at the very top here, and he'll do fine. I mean, that said, these people have disembarkation penalty. If we can catch them, it'd be wonderful. We don't need a speedy commander for it. Also, here's Sweden! Pandemic 2 is the one he plays as the disease. Is there a board game Pandemic and a video game Pandemic then? So I remember doing various kinds of mutations. I remember seeing Shen plays actually. Will they get away if I go to Speedy Commander again? Speedy delivery. Unfortunately, they will get away. Enjoy the boats. We captured a man named Mayor Enric. Pandemic 2 is a flash game. Okay, that's what I was thinking of, in which you... What's that? No. It was in the past 2 or 3 years that I saw other streamers playing the game I'm thinking of. Namely, the one where you play as a virus and spend points to change what your disease is. But it's not the old Flash game. I'm sorry. This is, again, a half-word story. I swear that someday I'll be able to tell full stories instead. There's an old Flash game and then Plague Inc. Okay, Plague Inc. is probably what I'm thinking of then. If I'm Plague Inc. Okay, cool. Yeah, Plague Inc. must be the one I'm thinking of. It's not the one where Madagascar closed off the borders immediately. I think I'm running in together 2 games, probably. One I played back in the early 2000s, then Plague Inc. more recently. Thank you for helping me remember these things. We do not have a good marshal among the remaining large vassals. In fact, they're good at nothing except for learning. So my knight will take over marshaling. And I see we have lower county control in some places in the north. This is our just north of our capital, but we do personally hold that, don't we? Actually, we don't anymore. Our personal capitals are good. I played the Dune Imperium board game, so if I'm being entirely honest with you, I don't really play any board games at all. My wife and I have a few that we've said repeatedly, we should play this very, very soon, but we never actually get around to it. Much to the absolute dismay of some of the viewers who absolutely love, the board game community. Friends, we captured an axe. It's not very good, but it goes in the slot at least. Hooray. And my wife and I have a game of Pandemic we started playing about 2.5 years ago, and we brought it over from the US into to Japan. And we said as soon as we got there, man, we're going to play this as soon as possible. And we still have not started, unfortunately. You know that I have Trial by Trolley? It's true. It's actually sitting right here still. I have the game Trial by Trolley. Here comes Big Resorty briefly. And so it's a game in which you make different trolley problems and decide what the right thing to do is, etc., etc. And I got it from a student earlier this semester. Chat was convinced the student was trying to bribe me. I think he's just a nice guy. Hey, we managed to capture King Thorvald's son in that battle. Big money as we end the war in a moment. My wife, the Empress Sophia, greets me saying that King Gildoun of France, this being the next king of France, is nearly convinced of the veracity of my Egyptian claim. We try to persuade him. We can lie a little bit, or he can believe whatever he wants. It's very low chance of pulling off either one. That said, I'll try to persuade him. He's unconvinced. Womp womp. Are we over 100 because of air alone? Oh, we captured the king also. Well, well, well. Well, well, well. Oh, we didn't actually capture any of them. The capturing was done by our Swedish friends. In that case, end that war. Friends, we cast out the Danish. Cast out the Danes. The north is now ours. Next up, of course, is battling Norway in just a moment here. But all of Britain, warts and all, is now Scotlandia. Cool. To the prison again. Hello, prisoners. This fine man's name is Drust Mac Alexander. He's a Gaelic knight. Come along, my friend. Come work with me. And then have Gorman Ostroff Belgade. He is not very good, but presumably he could take some role in our court nonetheless. He accepts. My beneficiary, also my artificer, is a criminal, a fornicator. I will go ahead and pardon her. Hey Bill, have enjoyed the new plague mechanics. I like them just fine. They are a little bit tedious at times. They fire perhaps too often, like it's constant plague all the time. I've yet to see the bubonic plague, the Black Death. I can't wait to find that one out. It would be nice if you could tell your doctor to deal with the plagues in the way they best see fit, unless it's getting close to the capital. It's like, imagine you're the HRE, and you're up here in Germany. There's a minor plague in the bottom of Italy. Oh no, my lord. No emperor has time for that. Also, the Pope has been greedy this playthrough. The Pope has grabbed more territory. What a guy. What a guy. What a guy. All right. Speaking of my physician, she's currently fighting the plagues. What's the situation with Norway? Norway has a minor alliance with Northern Isles, minor alliance with a I think, Finnish territory. Neither of those I worried about at all. So, hello, Norway. Did you actually put your capital up here? That's pretty cool. For some reason, he has capital on an island here in the North Sea, I believe. Well, well, well. You're a beautiful man. I'm sorry this is happening to you. Oh, I only have a claim on the county here. In that case, we're allowed to push multiple claims at a time. So I'm going to develop more claims. Yeah, develop more claims on these two also. I'll push them all at once, hopefully. That is needed. While waiting for that, we'll continue building up our army. Get that armored footman stack up as much as possible. As I promenade down the stairs, I hear my archbishop questioning my legend. I order him to stop. He apologizes, good. But then, walking through Lothian, I notice my empty treasury. When we reach the market's waiting halls, Worston speaks to me in a hushed voice. We can get more income if we are creative with the taxes here, by slightly adjusting the weighing stones. We're an honest person. How dare you? How dare you? I take what's mine the old-fashioned way, pure tyranny. We buy actual better weights. That, a little stressful because we're greedy. Let's do things in the correct way. New weighing system, more development in our capital. What's our capital development up to? All the way to 9. Oh boy. I'm going to pull up the development page and be very embarrassed. Look, at least our capital is slightly more attractive than the Northlands. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Well, we're working on it. My presence did increase in France here because the Count of Devon somehow managed to develop for themselves an inheritance there. So yeah, France is being taken over very, very slowly. It's not my real goal, but... I'm given a courteous greeting by my wife, the Empress Sophia, who's abuzz with excitement. She tells me of a mystical land known as the Kingdom of Sapmi, and she unfurls a map of the wonderful land in front of me. She tells me river... Sorry, I shouldn't laugh. I didn't expect this one. It's a new event. She tells me that rivers run with milk and honey up in the northern Scandinavian provinces, and the peasantry are fat with an abundance of the land. Though usually I'd never venture so far, tales of my journey would have an effect on the sons of Skota. I can actually go there. Sure. We travel all the way up here. We definitely have to hire a captain to get us there safely. Some mercenary guards. There's one major danger, apparently. Where is the major danger? Is it just at the very end of it? Is this at the very end of it? Alright, while we're out, we can stop and visit Denmark. Surely they don't hate me anymore. So we'll hit here on the way. And we could go down through these and learn about military as well. Sure, we'll hit those first. Going for a long walk, apparently. Oh, need to pause the game. My apologies. Let's stop in Sigtuna. And we could go here, but it's pretty dangerous to not do that. We'd stop in at the capital of Finland. And then we'll get there safely. 3 big dangers. I'm sure we'll be fine. I'm sure we'll be fine. This is also the second time that a raven got into my notes and destroyed them. Terrible. We have a better caravan master with better defense. If we point him, we only have 2 major dangers. Fine. The Duke has come to visit to promise me his allegiance. We'll do that. We start our travel. No wars are on the road, but that's okay. Open Chancellor slot. No one is good, so we'll hire the Duke here. Also my Jester. He makes funny jokes and impresses everyone. We're pulling enough money right now that if we want to help with development in our capital, it's probably a good idea. So we lose 0.9 money a month, but that's fine. Speaking of money, I can now extort the peasants. Soon enough, we'll be avaricious and get 15% more money from all of our holdings. That will be cool. Alright, we can continue upgrading the armored footmen. They're not going to war means this is not necessary. I should be building the economy instead. How many baronies believe? 300 do. Which means we can upgrade, can't we? We just need the money. So we now save up 300 some money. How much is it exactly? 595 money needed. Alright, Pope guy. Alright, Pope guy. How long until I can take your money again? 11:55. So, in a month and a half, I can ask for money. He likes us fine. We're a good guy. We just sit at his front door. Don't worry, we just love the papacy. We think you all are wonderful. We can ask now. Okay, time to finish out this this legend and get our big accomplishment for the playthrough. It gives me the money to heal my coffers. We upgraded it again. It is now a mythical legend, fully believed. We complete this legend. Here is the end of the book of Emperor Dugald and his noble deeds. They were unmatched in the whole land. And here is the end of the Sons of Skota. Dugald's legend culminates in a marvelous adventure. His deeds of arms were such that kings, etc., etc., etc. I was hoping that the story would talk about Egypt in particular, but no, these are definitely the same kinds of stories we've seen before. That said, as we unpause, the Faroe Islands are completed. Yay! 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 Our goal is done. Nice. Okay, in that case, we could choose a new goal to guide us. We can also begin another legendary building area. It goes in Buckinghamshire. That's fine. Now, if we save up 1,000 some money, we're allowed to build a legendary palace at Edinburgh, I believe. Yeah. It's only 975 to build our grand palace. We'll hold off for that right now. Nice. Nice is nice. So we can immediately go to a new legend, the Custodian of the Holy Site. This means we're in charge of Canterbury there. While traveling along, we see a massive chopping block, and we decide we want to cut down the wood ourselves. Our king has some weird ideas. We could yell, "Rah!" and possibly cut our leg off, or I don't believe in manual labor. That's fine. And I thought you ever ruler is 100 years old. Awesome. Well done. Did you go deep into the hole of body tree and then get like the feast event to stay alive longer, etc.? Yeah, I'm absolutely a big fan of very long-lived rulers, except that their poor children take over at like age 70 and immediately die. Poor Ireland. Ireland again with the problems. I visited Sweden. That's nice. Someone's waiting to talk to us, maybe later. What was I going to do? I had a thought to do something. What was that? So we can launch a legendary adventure, abandoning the current realm and seeking somewhere else. We could go destroy Egypt, possibly. I mean, Alexandria is actually factually kind of independent right now. Yeah, Egypt's a bit of a mess, so it takes some work to do that, but maybe we'll invade that. Now, with that said, I do want to see what other achievements are possible in this playthrough. I talked about possibly restarting for a different achievement set. Many of these require being Islamic, things I've not done. Have a lover save you from a murder attempt. We actually had, I think, like 10 lovers at one point on a different character. And someone tried to murder us, but no lover showed up. It was terrible. I was very disappointed. Inbred, no. Bet on titles in a strategy game match with another ruler. That's Iberian only, I believe. Number of Iberian ones. Visit 10 kingdom vassals. We could do, but we need a lot more territory for that. Intimidate all the powerful vassals. I could try for that one again. It always fails because the powerful vassals move. But we could try for that. Make a legend protagonist a saint. So I haven't seen sainting at all yet. But our king here's only 50. He's not that pious. He's a living legend now, though. So I think there may be piety legends. A holy legend, holding a sacred site of Catholicism, a mark of holiness itself. So I wonder if we do this one, and then also go on a pilgrimage or two, if we can be declared a saint. Because I've yet to see it happen at all. Our journey is violently interrupted by the sound of tearing flesh and gnashing jaws. A wolf is attacking a man through and through. I can order my... Apparently we're very formal. I can order my leader of the caravan to help. Help him, Captain Finishnackty of Modman's company. No time to delay. Let me call you your entire name. We win! Good job. But then, there's a forest fire everywhere. I'm going to ignore the man on fire. Can't help right now. A shame, a shame. The person on fire was my bodyguard, incidentally. So with the money we have, you have to get your level of devotion higher to be in the Holy Legend. So with the money we have, once we get back from way up here in the north, which we are nearly up to, even though the relevant quest is over, we'll then launch a pilgrimage nigh immediately. While we're waiting, though, we can continue building up more and more things for more and more money, all good. And I know that in Buckinghamshire, I wanted to build something to improve the strength of my armored men. So we already have the barracks that help with that. And I believe that the blacksmiths give all the men at arms more damage as well. Good. Unfortunately, a stick and rock and so on break my wagon wheel. It's okay if we slow down a little bit and fix that first. Saving up 900 money to build the grand building here. At last I've arrived in distant Pickham and couldn't be more disappointed. As promised a towering metropolis, but all I see are some tents and huts. I make my way to what I assume is the home of a noble family, and I'm greeted by a strange nobleman. My noble bearing clearly precedes me, as he seems immediately eager to know who I am and what I am doing here. I could say, I want to see how people fight here. I could say, let me tell your master about my legend. Let's do that. Let's do that for sure. My legend is compelling. They now know... Do they now know about my legend up here? Let's see. They do not know about my legend up here. Mail spread anyway. Hey, Mr. Noodle. Thank you for the raid. How's it going? We were playing some CK3 also. It's very good to have you with us today. Thank you for bringing your community to join us. Okay. Now, appoint a successor or bring back the Shining Star once more. Unfortunately, my accolades are still level 1, level 0. Time for a new accolade! So, this fellow, good old Adam of Thornham, is interested in being both a Vanguard and Idealist. Vanguard gives the Vanguard retinue, so your heavy infantry units are even larger than before. Idealist means a big Swede and everybody loves him. So let's think about forward thinking, being ready to fight, but also being noble in his way. Isn't Heather some kind of flower in Scotland? The Piercing Heather. That seems nice. Seems like a good name for a Scottish warrior. Please, oh please, gain some points. Get some true acclaim. Okay, as much as I do want to get my armored footmen up all the way now, we're holding off till we can build our grand building. On the path home once more. Luckily, our first pilgrimage can just be to our own territory. While traveling along, we meet some Norwegian traders. They have a maritime trading handbook. More stewardship lifestyle experience, also faster in the Navy. Don't care about the Navy too much at all, but more stewardship experience could be great. How much do they want for it? 370 money. No. No. Not that much for a book that's not absolutely amazing. Our sister Cecilia has died of the measles. That's pretty stressful. Surely going on our pilgrimage will help us not be too stressful. Hey, 54 nights, how's it going? Hammer only New Vegas run soon. I played New Vegas on stream back in 2017, I believe. Is that true? Like, maybe even longer than that. I think maybe 2015 I played New Vegas on stream. I haven't considered doing that in a while, but, you know, it's possible. Maybe tomorrow we'll do some New Vegas. There's possibilities. You were there for it? Awesome. It's good seeing you again. The sea is calm and forgiving, still as a boulder and a powerful wind at back to boot. It's an easy day for the rowers, but I see a mangled corpse of a ship. Let's go check out the sunken ship. A trinket. A gilded rat's tail. Very disgusting, very awful, but children appreciate me wearing such a silly, goofy, gaudy thing. I'm gonna break it immediately, because I have no need for such a thing. Thanks for the cash. Stone it must be worth something. Alright, home safely once more. On this trip we did get the Traveler perk. So we have a little more diplomacy for being around. That's absolutely fantastic. Also, one change has been made in this patch is you no longer have a big pop-up on screen when your character gets home. Previously, every time your Emperor left and then returned, there's a pop-up that says, "Isn't it nice being home?" And though it is, it was a little annoying after a while, so good change that. Alright, as mentioned, it's time for a pilgrimage now. So, how expensive is it for an emperor to go visit his own territory? We're a pious sort. But you just go visit Canterbury. It's pretty close by. We shouldn't need anyone to protect us in our own realm. Well, on the way, we're going to show off just how pious we are. We're engaged in a... Yeah, we'll just do normal pilgrimage, it's fine. And we'll go slowly, nice and slowly, getting more piety. We begin our pilgrimage walking air south. Apparently we didn't bring our whole retinue, with our caravan master and 7 random dudes. As we're passing along, we meet a man whose name is Archibald of Scotland. He's a monk and he's yelling out, "The day of judgment is nigh! Repent, repent, I say, or you'll be damned for all eternity." I could say it's quite nice being here. Luckily we won't go to hell for our pilgrimage. Or instead, the man's not a priest, cast him down. We cast him down because he's not a true Catholic with its falsehood. As we trek through Appleby, get some cheap appetizers. Our caravan's been stopped at a clearing bordered by leafy bushes. I proceed towards the commotion only to find Zofia and Leaf having a row. "Why do you torment me, Leaf? I hate being starved from behind, especially if we traveled to the Highland." "Ah, come on, it was just a jest. Garner a bit of courage, all for our sake." I could ask them to make amends, or say I don't have time. Let's ask them to make amends. We convince them to settle their differences. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. We are on the way to repent, just not because of doom, but instead because of mere obligation. Anything to prove that our king is a saint. The Scotlandish cough is spreading. Oh boy. So, Moran's coughs are still going to Ireland. The Scotlandish cough is happening in the place we're walking right now. How bad is the Scotlandish cough? Only a minor a bit of unease. We've arrived in Canterbury, walking the holy path. We are now a pilgrim. Here in Canterbury, we wander about through the market, seeing foods and items and all the rest. This man offers me a relic of St. John the Evangelist. Somehow they have his skull. What? Makes building temples much cheaper rather. I'm gonna say no but thanks. Though buying it makes us more pious. Alright, I'm buying it simply for the piety. Must prove to one and all that we truly believe. On the road, we realize that we cannot speak the language of the French. No droit vulgar for us. I tried my best. What a waste. That's okay. We only learned French to try to talk to our best friend, the King of France. Then he died. Alright. Having walked directly into a plague zone, which began only after we were on the road, we have a crimson stain, so stark against the pale cloth. I stared in disbelief, suppressing another cough. Did it? Did I? I wipe my fingers against my lips, my hand trembling as I pull it back. I feel the warm wetness. I dread to look. My physician slash wife slash soulmate announces, I'm afraid you have the consumption. I will treat you immediately. We are now dying. Please take care of me. The Empress presented me with a charred carcass of a cat and prompted me to dig in. As I ate, she told me how she'd chased the plump feline around the holdings for hours. I think she wanted praise for her work, but the vile taste of the meal kept me silent. In the end, fatty food's what I needed. The worst symptoms have been alleviated. We're still near death. So, time for a quick panic move to medicine. We began studying all the books about our diseases. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. So spend no more money. Our heir is not ill. He's a coward with no oh, his wife's pregnant. Awesome. Only for 3 months. We'll check back in 6 months. That said, our cowardly, trusting, arrogant king is ready possibly. I enter the sacred ground, coughing my blood up everywhere. I find Zofia staring at the altar with an absent expression. Zofia, I call to her. My lord, she says unfazed, I have something to ask of you. I hope you can forgive me. This place has moved my soul and agitated my spirit in a way I thought inconceivable. God has spoken to me. His voice is clear, severe, precise. It goes and goes and goes. The only sound I hear now, the whole world is quiet. If I could stay behind, I'd like to devote my life to it. I would say I understand. You do what you have to do. She becomes a nun. Aww, we got more piety. We're a paragon of virtue. Sophia is just some random courtier, so I'm cool with that. Consumption, my poor soulmates. My wife Sophie is also near to death. Take care of yourself, sweetie. She's succeeded also. Oh dear. Oh dear. We're both coughing all over each other. That said, the markets of Canterbury are bustling with merchants shouting in language I've never heard before. The guide of the pilgrim, learn the safest routes, discover the marvels of Canterbury. One of them yells, waving a small book in my direction. I can buy one. We become a local expert. Safer travel on the rest of this one. Or God guides me. I don't need a book. More piety. Surely God would not kill his beloved servant. Surely God likes me halfway decently. Surely God. So I'm frankly amazed we're not dead yet. I thought it was going to be nigh instantaneous. Consumption's no joke. That said, as our time at the sacred site draws to an end, I feel reassured that I may not have been the most pious pilgrim. I've proved my dedication to the Lord in more ways than one. This is my first pilgrimage. They're not all alike. Next one I'll do a better job and become even more pious. Kent, it's been an honor. We begin marching back home, now being a crusader, a poet, a pilgrim, a traveler, a reveler, an architect, a hunter, and so much more. Good job, King Guy. Good job. Looking pretty bad through here. On this belief that the king will not immediately die, I'm going to give London just here. Oh, actually, no open slots. Never mind. I was going to say I was going to give it a what's it called? A hospice. The hospices are already not built there. It's maybe someday. Well, there you go. We thought it might happen. We thought it might happen. I'll need to cancel the building I just made to bring money back for the coward boy. Emperor Dugald of Scotlandia rests in the arms of the Lord at 51 years of age. He died of consumption. A zealous man, he fought for the glory of God against the heathens in one of the greatest holy wars of recent history. Emperor Mini ascends to the throne. Having mastered many skills, he's sure to be admired by his subjects. We lose nothing. We once were King Malmure, age 70, King Arthur, age 50, Emperor Dugald, 51, and now Emperor Mini, age 19. Alright. Welcome, friends, to the new empire. With the Emperor dead, we stand before our vassal, adjust the crown, and nod energetically. Oh, the places we'll go. So, if we can survive the next little bit, we'll probably find a way to have a funeral for the prior king and hope to become sainted. Alright, our council's empty. Our vassals do not trust us. That said, the Duke of Wessex will trust us a little bit if we put him on the council. He's pretty good at martial and stewardship and intrigue. So, the Duke of Daybirth here is fairly good at both stewardship and diplomacy. I'll make him the chief diplomat. The steward, I'm going to make who? The Duke of Northumbria is only a 3, unfortunately. Never mind. I'm going to move Duke Guerston over to steward. And the reason for that I'll show you in a second. 13, that's good enough. The reason for that is I need someone who's very good chancellor here to convince the other vassals not to rebel. And then Spymaster also needs to like us, so the Count of Maine likes me okay. Dukila no Naim is 3 points less. We'll take you. Everyone on the council likes us okay, at least. We need to choose a focus in life. We've gone to stewardship so far. We only have the get more money one. I do want to continue building, but in the short term, I'm more interested in doing diplomacy to make people like us and not rebel. So, we have one child on the way, correct? Where'd the baby go? Where'd the kid go? Alright. Because, insert horrible story there, we need to go ahead and head into fertility. So family focus, even if we don't choose them, those closest to us are the most important. More fertility will hopefully help with the no kid thing. That gives 2 diplomacy points also, which will help the king a little bit with making more friends, hopefully. We're at home. Our mother is a terrible physician. I think she probably used to be good, but now she has consumption, so she's very, very bad. We have a better physician now. Good. We need an antiquarian to take care of our stuff. Our physician can do that also. We need to master the horse to keep the knight strong. We have at least 1 bodyguard for now. That's all we need. Okay. I saw immediate factioning against us. It's a Liberty faction that wants to lower our active crown level. I'm going to try to sway him for now. Unfortunately, the Emperor has died. The exalted among men, Emperor Dugald, has died. Everyone knows who he is, but who are we? One day I'll be like him. We always fail when we try to go for that. And my mother has died of the consumption also. Cool. 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 At least we inherited her items. Alright, we got some new items to take a look at. I don't know what they are. Still have Excalibur. Oh, we have the Skull of St. John the Evangelist. The reason we got that was just to get more piety. We'll now rip it apart, finding it's a mere hopper skull. We'll leave things as they are right now. We still need one more piece of furniture and one more small wall ornament. Okay. I have no unmarried people to build alliances with. Our heir, our sister, is betrothed to Sweden. So we can ask for a new Swedish alliance, I believe. Huh. Is sister not close enough for that? I thought it was. Nope, unfortunately not. Very well. Very well, very well, very well. New healers here. No would need. Yeah, items on body auto-equip in any open slots. So they do auto-equip. Thanks for catching that. Lucky Rabbit Paw we don't need. We could pass on if people like us. For right now, though, I just need money. +5 learning is definitely better than the stewardship increasers. And it also keeps us safe from plagues in the future. That's good for now. We're in diplomacy. We don't have any items that bonus diplomacy experience, unfortunately. Sitting by Simon's side, a friend from childhood. My friend Simon. We talk about theological treatises. I see him smile intriguingly. As our eyes meet, my heart beats faster. And going by his blush, I'm not the only one feeling this sudden tension. I mean, when I think about theology, my mind gets racing also. Alright, so it's definitely the case our king is gay. And do you have any secrets yet, brother? I should check on that real quick. No, my king has not done anything shameful quite yet. Do we play into the roleplay here? Do we accept the king has one relationship for the sake of the state, and at least one for his own personal satisfaction and fulfillment? I'll make this moment last as long as I can. Maybe we can be more than friends. Now, unfortunately, our friend is, according to the game, heterosexual. And so this might be merely heartbreaking. Also, our friend might die just now, so we'll see what happens. We'll see, we'll see. Speaking of dying, the consumption continues to ravage the court. There's my physician. Our physicians keep catching the plague. Our sister can try her best instead. Fine. Also antiquarian, fine. All we need for now. We could attempt to buy ourselves one of these fragrant sachets, rather, that'll help the Scotlandish cough go away. 160 money to get it for 10 years. Everyone likes us more for smelling like herbs. Sure. Only 100 money, but having the family like us more should keep our family vassals more in line. Someone wishes to speak. The birds of prey. Hunting seems to bring out the worst in my inner circles of courtiers. My master of the horse and master of the hunt have recently returned from hunting together and are now engaged in a raging argument in the middle of my throne room. My bird drew it out. It must have made the kill, yells Carol. My bird has the corpse. There's no question the glory's mine, shouts Geese. They seem to be furious about whose falcon is responsible for the kill. So I can randomly decide or say, why don't you both share the triumph? I make matters worse. Nice. Our king is a pretty good diplomat. I'm very surprised that we did not get a positive outcome there. A positive outcome of you convince them to be cool, man. Be cool. We need a worthy successor to our mountains title. No giants available to be the mountain, unfortunately. It looks like the factioning didn't happen the way I thought it would happen. There are three folks, 2 minor dukes and 1 count. They're interested in lowering the law, and there's 1 minor count who wants to be independent. Rough. Oh, Eka, good point. I forgot Eka. So Eka's just reminded me that I said I was going to play at least an hour of Tribes 3 today because I was offered a sponsorship to do it. It doesn't have to be done today, and we're heading towards the end of the stream, so I shouldn't do that. And so I don't have the energy to play an hour of Tribes 3 today. We'll do it tomorrow instead. Tomorrow instead we'll do that. But yes, we have to do some FPS Zordy because Dev's offered me money. Here's a celebration though. It is time for a happy pregnancy. Best of luck. Please be a son. We actually played Tribe 3 once before for another sponsored stream, but yeah, they asked for it again, amazingly. We had a good time though, so we'll see. Yeah, tomorrow I need to do that. Thanks for the reminder. Oh, an inspired person's here. They want to make me a sword of state. A renowned craftsman with a sword. She's arbitrary, humble, and brave. She wouldn't dare steal my money. So we don't yet have an item for the sword spot, I believe. Oh, we have a very, very low quality axe. Hope it makes something much, much better. We'll see soon. All right, our counties are back up to good control again. Except for London, which is currently on fire still. Rough. So our Patriarch is still developing a claim on one of these two. Which one is it? Hoshtaland. This one here. In a moment then, we're going to move him to here, and then I'll push all 3 of the claim. No. Oh, I forgot. I forgot that this boy is the son of the King of Scotland, Emperor of Scotlandia, and the daughter of the King of France. So he has a claim on all of France. Hello. Like I said previously, I was not intending to do any kind of map painting this game. But if it happens via, like, delightful marriages and such, we could, as a treat. We could as a treat, possibly. I don't know. We'll decide on that at some point. What was I thinking a moment ago? Before that, I thought, right, we lost the claim on the Faroe Islands. So France is 6579. They have one very, very minor alliance with one of their own people. They're currently being attacked by Lothringia, and they're attacking the Sheikdom of Lieda. I wasn't planning to attack, but wait. Alright, the person making our sword wants even more money. Only 50 more, we can do that. I really wasn't planning to attack Scotland, or attack France. We may as well. We may as well. Alright, here comes a sickly duke. Come to cough on me and give me $100 dues. Thank you for your generosity. That's pretty good. How long till we get ourselves a child? 3 more months to go. Once I have about 250, 300 money, we'll go ahead and march south. I think. We have a claim now on one of the counties. We have 2 more to go for before the king dies. Next up is the Faroe Islands. It's been a good while since I saw my old heartthrob Urson. Even after all the years, the thought of him as the subject of my childhood infatuation occupies my mind in the midnight hours. He's a man now. I can't help but finally reach out for him. We're a coward. We'll do it. I confess my love. Maybe our king will get a bunch of lovers and protect ourselves against a murder attempt. We'll see. I professed my love to Urson in a letter, and it takes but a few days from right back and says he feels the same way. I'm overjoyed and astounded that our love was able to transcend the folly of youth and blossom to a mature courtship. How wonderful! We gained our first lover. Gay King, go. But then, my beneficiary is in a good mood today. If you manage to produce a true masterpiece, what should guide her hand? More casualties? Inspire the knights? Better train advantages. Inspire the knights. Obviously. Friends, another ad break is coming. This is usually the part where I say goodbye. I'm streaming another half hour or so. So we'll pause the game right now. We'll do 3 minutes of crossword on yesterday's crossword. And then we'll get back to our game straight away. So thanks for being here. Thanks for hanging out. Let's see what we can do on this crossword from yesterday. BG's surname I still do not know, unfortunately. Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse role for Catherine Hahn. OBK looks pretty bad. Kucinich is definitely right. Bonk for Knock on the Noodle might be wrong. It could be Conk instead, possibly. But I do not know anything about Spider-Man. You betcha. Can do. Shindig playfully. Apartay. Partay. Love it. Designer of the black dress that Audrey Hepburn wore in Breakfast at Tiffany's. Not sure. 90s pop star often seen in leopard print. It's Scary Spice. Is that one of the Mel's? I believe Mel B, possibly. A starchy pudding ingredient. I have no idea. Absolutely no idea. Even more precious is cuter. Funny girl protagonist Fanny. Do not know. Spotted projectile for Yoshi in Super Smash Brothers. Dinosaur. Pumbaa's name is spelled wrong, sorry. Dinosaur egg. I think I said that, but I know it's called Dinosaur egg. Outbreak. Outbreak. A beginning? A start? Versifiers. I said it earlier, it's like poets or Otis or playwrights or something like that. A lake whose name means big water in the Hitichi Mikasuki language. There's a lake called Lake Okefenokee or something. With a double E there, I kind of wonder if that's right, but not sure. Hackneyed, time-worn, overly used. Gender-neutral neologism for a certain ethnic identity. Oh, it's Latinx. Latinx, yeah. A Los Angeles rapper who acted in Ace Ventura: Pet Detective. Toad something. Todd somebody. Not sure. Well, that's obviously true, with an S at the end. It's obviously true. Oh, yes, possibly. I don't like that at all. What's this, then? Oh, it's actually right. I couldn't remember yesterday. Who's saying somebody I used to know? It's Gautier or Gautier or something like that. That is correct. Okay, very funny. Ha. Okay. Zero, not any. Okay, to the downs then. Park Place. Parade. Park Place. Car garage. Where do you park inside the garage? Networkers Ask is an intro. So somebody give is in the BGs. Cool. So sago is a starchy pudding ingredient. I don't know that at all. Might be sago. Tether or ether. Oh, I misspelled dinosaur. Thank you for catching that. I swear I know how to spell dinosaur. Pumbaa is 2 A's. There we go. Tether or ether. So I want to say wire of some sort. I have no idea. No idea. Inactive is on ice. What one might run for? Run for a shower. Run for office, like I said previously. I don't know. Mutiny of the Bounty Captain is Captain Bligh, right? Actress Diana of Game of Thrones, is it Diana Rigg? Funny girl protagonist. The cross of a proper name with a proper name is super annoying. Diana Lig, Big. I'm going to say Rig, but I'm not sure it's right. Remember, this letter could be wrong. Organization with multiple boards. The Checkers Club, the Chess Club. So, yes instead of yes. And we'll then pause the game there and get back to our other game. Good progress, though. Good progress, though. The Tuesday will get finished tomorrow instead. All right. Probably about a half-hour stream left today. With that time, I'd like to beat the dickens out of either France or Norway. Now, France just lost one war. They have no money. I was not planning to do this, but here we go. The Pope won't like us fighting a Catholic king. We only have 122 money. Let me save up for at least 200, and then we'll do that. My beneficiary purchased me with a frown, burnt eyebrows, and bent metal. She wants a new forge. Yeah. That's just Strathclyde wants a stag antler. I'm using that, so no. We're gonna go top speed while we wait for the money to come rolling in. We have a son! Empress Munia gives us a totally average son. His name is Dugald, like his grandfather. I love that. May you be less insane than he was. Alright. At this point, I want to stop having so much fertility. So, as soon as I can change my lifestyle focus here, that'll be huge. Unfortunately, I have to wait a while longer. Namely, 1161. So 5 more years of big fertility. We'll see. No chance of taking any vows of celibacy anytime soon. We need a wet nurse. There's no one here who can have that job, so we'll send the heralds out to find me a wet nurse, please and thanks. Hey, Entadir, we actually did finish the achievement mentioned there. So we were Scottish with Egyptian ancestry. It's delightful. I need to come up with some new goal for this playthrough other than beating the dickens out of the French. Hey, Sergeant Fetus, how's it going, my friend? With a mind to provide the best of care to our child, I've had my functionaries seek out women for the role of wet nurse. Now they present a few locals. This is Rhonda. She's 29. She has a stutter. She's a zealot for the Lord. This is Lilas, or Lilius. She's 23. She's humble, honest, and diligent. We like diligence. Lilius, oh, she's actually bad at this job. Rhonda's much better. Rhonda wants 325 money to be a wet nurse. We are being taken for a ride 100%. Never mind. I don't like any of them. We can try to marry some unmarried man inside of our court to some random younger woman who can help out, because that is a bit silly. Hello, Master of the Hunt. Sure, Clemencia, you seem good. Come on down. Good. I wonder if you have to have a kid in this game to be a wet nurse. Maybe so. It doesn't say exactly what's required here. Does it? So you have to have a child. Wet nurses must not be employed, not be imprisoned, is a courtier under 46. So why is the person... Oh, she's not here yet. We have to wait till she shows up. I think. Or we keep finding people. Must be under 40 something. One of you will work. There's actually a marriage. Does they get me my wet nurse now? It doesn't. Not sure why. It's weird. So it's mentioning a particular person down here. So I need to have someone who is a child. I have that. They need to have someone who's not imprisoned, doesn't have a job, is my courtier, is under 46. That's all met also. So why can't I appoint a wet nurse? I push the button. I have confused. Provost Schloto has grown bolder. He's challenging me publicly. I can ignore him and steal his ideas. I can forget him to invite him in. I can comment on his little feet or yell at him. Unfortunately, we're a coward, so all these feel bad. I'm gonna ignore him, though. It didn't work. Also, stress is getting kind of high. So probably time for a hunt or something, which will definitely lower our chance of going invading France. Poor France. Poor tiny baby France. And Lotharingia is taking territory that I'd like to have, so... Maybe just missing that event put a hidden lock on position. So before I accepted the event, there was no one available for wet nurse either. But yeah, maybe dismissing it is what caused the problem. Who knows? Alright, we're gonna take a dance with stress to push our claims. Everyone into the boats! Let's go adventure in the capital of France. It is Paris, correct? Yeah, it is. We already know that the forces of France are in the east. We'll try to come up the river this way. If we go that size, we are losing somebody up each month, but not too many. And we leave behind a small group of levies. That's fine. Marching into the plague. Good. Good. Hey! The Princess of Ruthenia, who is the sister... Who? This random woman has changed to Catholicism. She's very far away. She's over near Russia. I can see it from my house. I don't know. That's fine, though. Let's go and land here, our friendly territory. Also, you know what? I could have just raised my troops inside of France. I forgot that I had territory there. Resorty, you absolute idiot. We're wasting 122 money because of my mistakes. This is fine. This is fine. Somebody wants to make me an item, a fancy tapestry. I'm good for right now. Can't spend the money. I can't believe I did that. I was thinking of France still being independent entirely, but no. It's okay. All right. Forward. We should probably go into 2 separate stacks. We only have 1 group of mangonels, though. Eventually, I'll have another seed group with pure mangonels, but not quite yet. 6 months to go. Okay, I'm going to move a group off simply to avoid everyone attritioning. My Duchess the... My vassal Duchess Adelaide approached me with an out-of-breath smile. There we go. I'd appreciate if we could renegotiate my contract, my Emperor. Any improvement, of course, met with enthusiasm, my treasure, my lands. So if I lower taxes, she'll give me Sussex. Cool. We're all full up again. But then, my beneficiary, who I gave so much money to, brings me an object wrapped in cloth. A folded iron sword of masterful craftsmanship. The blade says our slogan, virtuous as a fox. More knights, more prowess, better knights. She did it! She did it! That's exactly what we wanted. Our knights are now the envy of every warrior on Earth. Pretty cool. That's pretty cool. I'm going to give my lead knight, whoever it is. Oh, beloved Adam. Adam, you had a wife. She died of consumption? Of, did you kill her? Childbirth. Gave you a son, though. Little Harold Thornham. And apologies for your sacrifice to the Empire. Here, have an axe. Cool, enjoy. That's a really good sword. It's a really, really good sword. My wife is pregnant again. No, please stop. No. I didn't ask for this. No. Okay. I'm considering bouncing over here to unsiege what Lotharingia has taken. France, what do you have? Negative 81. Maybe. Maybe. There'll probably be a few more months before they win here. So I don't believe they hold the entirety of the duchy they want. But we'll have to take pretty heavy attrition to get over there and unsiege. I wish we had more of the siege weapons, but the money is sneaking away. 40 days. France's army is very, very weak. Stuff. The 2 more sieges when we get to the capital. Captured the Count's son. His son's name is Guntard. He's beautiful. Hello, kiddo. Beautiful boy. For sale. 10 money only. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. We do want to make additional titles to continue building up our rightful authority over all the lands. But at the moment, we need to save money for warring. Alright, only 40 days to go. Our food is running out. It's going okay. We lost an artificer. That said, we gained an even better artificer. We can offer the woman who made that sword a job here. She's only average ability, but she makes a ridiculous item. We got very lucky on that, I believe. I wait outside the birthing chamber. Each moment feels like a lifetime. There is no infant's cry. Something is wrong. Lady Minutia, your son, they're both in heaven now. Our child and our wife are no more. That's pretty bad. That's pretty... No one likes that. Everyone's sad about that one. Well, at least we have the one son. He's gonna be great. He'll be the king. He's the happy memory of days gone past. So what are we gonna do now? What are we gonna do? We don't really need alliances. We could just go with no fertility allowed. Have the Emperor, like, marry a friend, possibly. That seems fun. Who likes the Emperor? Hello, Maud. Who are you? Maud likes us because we're a halfway decent human being. And he's someone from a royal family who likes us. And the reason for that is just to avoid having to engage in carnality. This because my king is gay. So, we'll go with this nice lady. What's your name again? Cassian MacGorfred MacRaganale. He's definitely the king's cover. He doesn't want to have any more kids or other sensuousness. He just wants to spend time with his lover. I didn't even look at her stat. Holy cow! I honestly didn't even look at her stats, and she's a 20 in stewardship. Yeah, she's a fine queen. She'll be absolutely fine. Give me that money. Thank you, thank you, thank you. To the capital now. Exactly right, Dogberry. It's exactly the kind of phrase I was thinking of also. The Lotharingian War is already over. So though we're going to get France, we're not going to get all of France. This part is mine. Give it back. Someone arrives with a knight in tow. A Scots Catholic wants to be a knight. We welcome aboard. We have to lower our stress. It's already up at 172. The cowardly king needs to lower his stress some. So, with the money we have, we can't really do too much. We have about 4.5 years until we need to resolve his stress. But, hoping to capture the king here. There's a very small army over that way. I'm going to leave behind a sieging force. Actually, a split in half is fine too. And then chase down the tiny army, which is basically France's entire army right now. My father, the great Emperor Dougal, died of consumption a long time ago. The flame of his life still shines bright. What surrounded him everywhere now follows me. Many consider me his son, rather than a man of my own right. Yesterday an old peasant was praising him as if he were still alive. The time has come to step out of his shadow, to show how great Emperor Mini is. Alright, hopefully taking over all of France is sufficient to convince people that we are actually a real boy all our own. Wouldn't that be swell? I think that'd be swell. I'm using my fast-moving commander to catch up here, and he will do so. France has been taken. We captured some random caravan master, who's absolutely nothing at all. So you can just go free and, I don't know, don't cause problems, thanks. Terrible siege of France, that. Now we just take over whatever's nearby. Eventually we'll hit 100% war score. Definitely the battles will help with us a little bit. Plus 42. We're not going to take war score. We just need to, like, really anything to siege is fine. Actually, factually, I don't quite have the money for it. I'm about to say, actually, factually, we could go ahead and create another mangonel group in the middle of war here in order to raise the speed of our various sieges. If this group had one, they'd go much, much faster than 3 years. But what is the cost for creating one more mangonel group? Only 66. Okay, we're going to do this. Now, none of our holdings give much of a bonus to mangonels, so throw it in Lewes instead of Sussex there. Then I want to upgrade it at least one time. It's 66 each time. All right, one more time. We discovered a secret! The vassal, the Duke Nicholas, had an affair with his cousin Anne. Don't really care that much. These things happen, though. All right, that's taken. We're at plus 46. I can attempt to see what the king personally owns. So he owns the capital. He owns something to the right of the capital. Way in the south. Way in the south. Way in the south. So the only thing he owns personally in this area is right here, actually. But we'll have to take attrition to get there. How do we not take attrition on the way? The other half of Ile-de-France is part of it. I look at my almost empty coffers. My herald comes saying that mayors and earls and so on have brought me money. 15, 15, 20, and 5. Thank you for the generosity. And we have a lifestyle perk in diplomacy. We choose groom to rule. Our child gets 1 to 3 more skill points. We love that. We'll see what he gets as he grows up. Our kid at age 1 has no real focus in life yet, just wandering randomly and hoping he comes to understand it all soon enough. Only 2 more years to go there. Our mangonel stack is still repairing itself. The King of Sweden is marrying our sister. We do want that. That solidifies the alliance with Sweden. Nice. The child was previously the heir to Sweden, now king. Another siege plus 62. We now cross over to the king's other territory. For months, Adam, Duke Wolfhelm's bishop, has been digging claims. He claims to own the Morgram of Lancashire. Pure nonsense. Absolute rot. I wouldn't believe it, no matter who said it. Alright. One of our dukes comes to pledge loyalty. Give me 50 more bucks also. Wonderful. I have no physician. Let's definitely fix that right away. Average physician is probably fine for now. There's no big plagues near my home. With that said, though, we should probably keep an eye out for having enough money to get a good physician. Or if we capture one, eventually, we'll then attempt to... we'll then attempt to use that person as physician, recruit them, and so on. Alright, the king has 1 more holding here. Plus 66. And that will be all of the king's personal land until we get to the south, which might do. The Countess Borislava of Gneen, far in the east, might join the Scotlandish claim on France. Oof. Oof. So the king betrothed himself to a 13-year-old owned by a person with 264 military strength. That means the other Catholic kings know full well that he's going to lose this thing. Also, I'm abandoning this siege until we get the other mangonels. 2 more need to be built, and then they'll come forward and help us out. Ruling the multicultural Empire of Scotlandia comes with its own challenges. Foreign civics don't feel great. They want me to learn Welsh. Unfortunately, we're arrogant, so we don't want to learn any other language. And our stress is already pretty high. We have to deal with that still. Hey, my artificer has gained an inspiration. How much is it going to be for you to write a book for me? Only 50 money. Heck yes. Write me a book. It'll be fine. I'm not going to give her much / any bonus money to write that book. I'll look forward to see what exactly she writes. Alright, time to add the mangonels to the stack. There we go. Bring them all together then. More sieging done. That's the wrong direction. We just marched into Lothringia. Hopefully they don't mind too much. This force can't refill its food. We're just slightly oversized. We go here, yes it can. I found my antiquarian surrounded by scrolls and manuscripts, furiously flipping through pages. There's so much diplomacy to attend to. Life at courts, entertainments, anything you want to. She can choose for higher quality. All we care is it gives diplomacy experience points. Or experience speed, rather. And let's say the King of France has given up on raising an army, but there it is. There it is, there it is. Someone's trying to kill us, or otherwise harm us. We've got a pop-up about having a scheme against us. So it's time to equip or hire some people to do all the jobs, keep us safe. Got a food taster. Only terribly tongued people. These forgiving and trusting gregarious people just gobbled on the food. Having a terrible food taster might make it even worse. That said, personal bodyguards are fine. That's all we got for now. Okay. Oh! Oh! I missed the Army of France. There it is. What is the shenanigans? What is the shenanigans? What are you doing? They're coming back over here to stop this. We'll capture them or catch them as they come across. We have to go free Kent though. I took my beautiful Archbishopric. Can't have that. Alright. My lord, look at the paper. My antiquarian wants to write a beautiful book about some beautiful paper. It's 345 to get it. Or we can try to be a haggler, or engage in tyranny to get it. Or do you think I'm made of money? I will seize it. A little tyranny's a treat for sure. We do catch this group before they lose their disembarkation penalty. So, good victory for us. No problems at all. One of my knights was killed. Mirduke. Hey! We have a claim to all the Northern Isles. I was hoping we'd find a claim on just the county of the Faroe Islands. We have a claim on all those isles now. Present the claim to all of it. That's all of my money. This is fine. This is fine. This is fine. So we will take the Faroe Islands next. Faroe Islands. Unfortunately, my son is a little coy fellow. Cloying smiles. And deception too. He's a charmer. We'll make him a diplomat like his dear old dad then. Oh wow, our dad's actually fully into stewardship, but very good at diplomacy anyway. That's pretty amazing to see. Nearly 20 and 2 stats at this point. Steward is no more. Roger of Wessex is a fine steward. He also is liking us just fine now. My spy master does not like me. What changed? The offensive war has been going on for a while. We need a spy master we can trust though, so... Who can we trust? Random mayor will be fine. Hopefully be so overwhelmed by the prestige of his position that he wouldn't dare attack us. How much war score is the enemy getting for holding Kent? 11 actually. It's a huge amount. So how much money to get across the sea again? 61. Instead, we'll just chase after this group and unsiege everything on the way, or siege everything on the way, rather. Also, I do see a new disease is ravaging again. This time it's called the Scotlandish coughs. That's what we called the consumption that killed our father. Also, 4 factions want me to lower our authority level. I have no one that I can marry off to stop this. Now we have only the one son. We could marry the one son off to somebody and then eventually break the betrothal. There's one daughter here on a very weak count. We don't need that. Getting out of the war would help a lot. We need to get plus 100 though. And so how many more sieges do we need for that? So each one's been worth 10 or so for each full county. We have a healer visiting us. He's not an explicit doctor, but he has some relevant perks. It's going to be quite a bit of money to get him, though. Also, speaking of money, we're nearly out again. So we will do what? We'll check the royal court. Do I have any things to break apart? Nothing there. Nothing there. Our Spare Excalibur. I feel bad getting rid of that, but I need money to keep the war machine going. Hey, we got a Foxhide also. And we're 100% now. Yes, 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 yes. Yes, 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 yes. Alright, Scotlandia is growing ever more. The French are very cranky that I've taken it, but I am absolutely delighted to have done so. So we took England on an heir with claims, who is born of the one of the daughters of the English king, and took France in just the same way. A child born of the French queen, or French daughter, rather. So, very good stuff. Big fun, big fun. We're positive money as the troops get back home again. We have 4 prisoners to release as well. All 4 of them are worth money. I think that will be it for today, probably. Bad air over Bourbon. Oh gosh, Camp Fever's going. It's terrible. It's all terrible. Tomorrow, my friends, we'll clean this up. We'll decide what our new goal is. It's surely taking these. Or maybe tomorrow we'll start a new playthrough. I'm not sure. It's only 1161, so if we're waiting around for the bubonic plague, we probably have another 200 years to go. What are we going to do? What are we going to do all this time? I've got no idea. That, though, is a problem for tomorrow's Zordy. Today's Zordy says thank you very much for hanging out. We'll see you again real soon. Goodbye, friends.